hospitals. That's why she voted no. Senators added $50 billion to boost those hospitals. That helped score the vote of Alaska Republican Lisa Murkowski. The question is if the House will accept the altered Senate bill so quickly. Some House conservatives don't like how the Senate changed the bill the House approved back in May.
That's Fox's Chad Pergram. Democrats are unified against the bill. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
This dangerous and extreme Republican budget will result in Americans losing their lives.
Jeffries says that's because millions will lose their health care. A military helicopter has crashed in the capital of Somalia.
8 people were on board when a helicopter from an African Union peacekeeping mission came down in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. According to a state-run news agency, it was attempting to land at the city's airport at the time. An airport worker said he heard an explosion and saw flames, with smoke entirely covering the chopper. Authorities say the fire has been contained. The African Union has more than 11,000 personnel in Somalia, battling the Islamist group Al-Shabaab. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Iran's president reportedly issues an order to suspend cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. America's listening to Fox News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Subaru of Gwinnett. You'll love the difference. The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug and Los until 10. Jeray with us, too. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. FOL pulling double duty today, buddy. You prepared?
I think so. I mean, I've got to plan out still a sports show for later today, but so far so good.
Yeah.
I think I've got Chris Mooneyham, the Mooney Cat, that I'll be subbing in with for Chuck and Chernoff later. So you and I, and then I have to cheat on you later today.
I know. I feel.
Don't feel threatened. I'll always come back.
I do. I feel so. I feel sideways. It's thrown my morning off, and I was reading in the New York Post that basically 1 in 3 people, if anything changes in their morning routine, it throws off their entire day.
Oh, that'd be me. Definitely.
Okay. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. If the gas station that I stop at suddenly has like pumps that are messed up, or if they don't have the caffeine that I want, then I'm gonna be a little bit off that day.
That's right, dude. And you are not abnormal for that. So having you not here physically, obviously working from home this morning, and we'll be in the office later today working in the sports station. I'm trying to make sure that the day stays on the rails, because it could get sideways. And it's a short week, and I didn't even know it until you told me on Monday. So there's all kinds of things snowballing this week.
Hey, listen, this is going to be so easy. By the time we get into the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to be looking around going, man, this thing's flying by, and then we're going to go, and we only have one more? Then we're on like a little 3-day vacation. It's going to be great. Everyone's having a great time.
Let's go. It's exactly right. 404-741-1230 at Extra 106.3 across the social media platforms. Love y'all listening on the app, on watching on the YouTube stream, streaming at extra1063.com, 106.3 FM, 1230 AM. Went to Truist last night and did a live recording of the Warrior Alliance podcast, and as I watched this video of a ring camera, it just happens to be on my computer, and it's a tornado. I thought there was a tornado at Truist last night.
So you were there when so it wasn't a tornado, it was like some strange cloud formation.
Yeah, I took a picture of it.
It looked like a tornado sitting still.
Well, no, it wasn't sitting still. It was moving pretty rapidly, which is what made it look like a tornado. But I was like, just thinking logically, I was like, okay, if there was a tornado that close, like physically, I can see it from the the Braves back porch where we're recording the podcast. They wouldn't have. They'd have everybody evacuating.
Some
the stadium.
sirens going off.
Yeah, sirens going off. So I was like, okay, that can't be it. And then when I watched it, there was no rotation. You saw it moving, and you finally realized it was a cloud. But I'm not kidding, dude. It looked like a tornado cloud. I'd never seen one look like something out of a movie. So much so that I took a picture of it. And I don't know if you can see it or not.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, it freaked a whole lot of people out. They were like, oh, my God.
Well, there was nothing during the game broadcast. Obviously, the game got delayed by about 20 minutes from the start time just because of that flash thunderstorm that came through. So instead of the 7:15 start, we got the 7:25 start. But outside of that, during the game broadcast, they were like, everything's great out here.
Yeah, and it was. It was just that one and probably the broadcast team wasn't able to see it because I was looking out, where the Home Depot clubhouse thing is in the back
left center.
Yeah, right next to that is like the back porch where they host events, and that's where we recorded the Warrior Lions podcast. So that whole back area is open. You can see down to 285, and even a little bit of the buildings and stuff. And between those buildings is where it appeared to be. But indeed, it was not a tornado, but it looked like one, and people were panicked for a few minutes. Just feel like, oh my God, everybody's pointing like, is that?
I'm glad you're safe and okay.
Me too. Me too.
Could you imagine having, let's just say if the worst of the worst occurred, and you did have, because remember in this town we do have the history. It's been about 20 years since we had the Georgia World Congress Center hit by a tornado during championship weekend for the SEC and the basketball championship. So to have a tornado hit a sporting event isn't like it's a completely foreign thing.
Yeah, it's not unheard of.
But man, what if that was the way you went? Oh,
dude,
Tug,
tough.
It'd be a tough way to do the show. I'd be like, my man got taken out by a tornado at Truist Park.
You won't believe what happened last night. Tug's down the ballpark. The whole thing's gone this morning. We're not sure where he is.
He flew away.
That's right.
Well, sometimes this is what's awful about tornadoes. They'll find, people, cattle, things in like the weirdest places because it just shows you what kind of power it is. Could you imagine if they found you in some, on top of the King and Queen building?
Yeah. How'd I get up here? I have no idea. I got flung.
Got sucked up by the tornado. It dropped him on top of the King and Queen building.
There was just a kid who was actually released from the hospital. He got thrown 300 feet from his house. I can't remember what county it was, but it was rural Georgia tornado that came through last month.
Wow.
He was in the hospital for 3 weeks, and he got thrown 300 feet.
Yeah, dude, that's a haul there. Goodness. Yeah, secured. I feel more secure this morning. Front office Los has already said he's coming back tomorrow. He will be actually in the studio tomorrow. He is not going to leave me permanently, which is good. I feel secure in that. That's the way it needs to be.
Tug, I've been listening to the new Counting Crows album.
How is it?
First off, I've come around on it.
Okay.
I do enjoy a good portion of it. There's a great line that Adam Duritz has, and basically he points out, I'm going to leave you a lot, but I won't leave you alone.
Oh, well, there we go. Okay.
So that's just what it's going to happen.
Dude, I like it.
I love it. It's a great line.
There is a historic amount of money in the big, beautiful bill, according to the LA Times, about $150 billion to secure the borders of the United States of America. President Trump ran on that, and he is delivering every day, but specifically in this bill. I mean, there's all kinds of sensors and cameras. There is a new immigration enforcement, $32 billion for immigration enforcement, 10,000 new ICE agents. There is a new CBP, boost in pay is what I'm trying to say. They're trying to bump up the pay for all the ICE agents and the Border Patrol agents. They're going to spend about $45 billion to detain and send illegals back home. They're doing upgrades at the border checkpoints. $150 billion for border security. I don't know how anybody's upset about that because that's what Donald Trump said he was going to do, and he is.
Well, this to me is an investment in trying to drive down your costs. If you look at what this invasion of illegals have cost Americans since Joe Biden just flung open the border in January of 2021, and to see the billions of dollars that it has cost us, not just in our entitlement programs, but in our state programs, trying to make sure that these people we're housed, we're fed, we're protected. This is a small investment in comparison to keep them out of here.
I think so, and I know Elon Musk is not happy with it, and I'm okay with that. I like Elon, owe him a debt of gratitude, think he's a really smart guy, but I think Donald Trump's got his hands around this one and knows what needs to be done. He knows there's a negotiation. He knows there's gives and takes. And ultimately, I think because of the growth, and we've discussed that a bunch of times, Los, because of the growth, it will actually reduce the debt, which is the stated goal of Donald Trump.
Yeah, the only way to get through this, and I was hearing Clay Travis bring this up, and I was like, you got to me. Noon to 3, you can always listen to him and Buck as well. What I kept looking at is that what Buddy Carter told us, that basically you will have the entirety of Washington that'll never touch the entitlement programs, not significantly. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
When you're talking about kicking able-bodied Americans off of Medicaid and Medicare and some of those programs, and that's like the stir. Oh, my God, you can't possibly do that. Well, it looks like we're going to do that, but we're never going to touch anything that we really spend on. So what do you have to do? You have to grow the economy. You're not going to do this just off of cuts unless you go after entitlements, and that is something that neither party will do with any amount of significance.
Yeah, the only people that are even threatened by that, like you're saying with able-bodied people, there's like almost 5 million, I think 4.8 million, that literally all they have to do to stay on is volunteer 20 hours a week or work 20 hours a week.
That's it.
That's it. So you're telling me these people that are sitting around, thumbing through their social media on their phone, they have to stop doing that for 20 hours a week. And they get to keep everything that the Democrats and the crazy leftist media are telling you that they're being kicked off of for?
And that's the deal. You're only asking that people, again, not people with a disability, not people who have suffered some sort of trauma.
Not even people with kids.
Not even people with kids. These are people that are able-bodied, that are basically enjoying the teat of the American people. And now we're just basically pointing out, as we've done in the 90s. Remember, the Democrats were the first party that actually, when it came to welfare reform, said you have to show an ability that, or you're at least trying to work in order to stay on welfare. These are the people that originated this thinking.
Well, that party and that line of thinking is dead.
It's gone.
Dead. I'm talking dead. And so I have no problem with this. Now, you would see all over the news media, though, they're kicking 17 million people. That's how
taking away their health care.
And if you actually go through what is being done, that's not the case at all. It's like 1.5 million in legal immigrants. And that's the other thing. Remember when we were told that illegals were not being taken off the doles of Medicaid, and we couldn't figure out why? It was actually written in the bill. It's going to get kicked back. The states have to fund it. If they want to do it, it's on them to do it. The state of Georgia ain't going to do it. Tennessee ain't going to do it. Florida ain't going to do it. New York, California, Illinois, they will, and they'll have to foot the bill.
No, it'll be on their state budgets. I think that's an important factor that's going to occur. Now, just as you're pointing out, Tug, and I think it's almost a difference of a mindset, because you and I, it doesn't take very long for the mindset to come out. It's not that you're being kicked off of your entitlement. You're being kicked off of the one I'm giving you.
That's right. The one that I'm paying for. The one that Los is paying for. Jeray and you listening right now are paying for people that aren't supposed to be here to begin with.
It's not their entitlement. I know it says entitlement. They're entitled. They're not entitled to anything unless they fit these conditions.
That's right.
That are set forth by me, okay? Right. Me and the other taxpayers.
Yeah, it's unreal. It really is. But I love the fact, and you brought this up, is that this is a bet on growth. And I believe that the economy will grow. I believe all of the we learned about it with tariffs yesterday when CNBC, we played that cut and the lady was like, well, oh my gosh, look at all this money rolling in.
How crazy.
It's nuts that it works this way. And we saw the economy grow and all ships being lifted with the rising tides. In the first Trump economy, he's gambling on it again. And gambling's not the right way to put it because that seems like it could go either way. I feel certain and feel really good about it going the way that Donald Trump expects to and the way that this bill is written.
Well, and the growth in the economy, and I've said this before many times on this show, and I'm going to reiterate it and keep bashing people over the head with it. It is not difficult to grow the American economy. It's just whether or not you as a party or you as a president choose to do so. Over a better part of a 50-year span, a 100-year span, what have we found? Cut taxes, cut regulation, and watch everything take off. Now, right now, we also have the issue of free up the housing market. When will that occur with cuts to the Federal Reserve when it comes to the Fed rate? And that is like that next step. And so I believe we're going to see this all-out assault between this bill that, again, it's monstrous. It has a lot of stuff in there that you would probably make you crazy, but it does have things that people get excited about. Once this thing gets signed, but we'll see. It's got to get through the House once again.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
We'll see what happens from there. We'll see what the fight is. At that point, I think it's full guns a-blazing on what's going on with our interest rates.
Well, and if you remember, Mike Johnson said, hey, I don't want any variation between the two bills. I want to keep them very similar. That hadn't happened, so we'll have to see. They're going to have to figure out how to make that work, because at this point, I think there's like maybe 15, even Republicans on the House side saying no.
Yeah, right now you're going to have to talk about a lot of different people that you're going to have to go to. And we're not talking like the Thomas Masseys of the world. No, Thomas Massey is going to be a no. Right. Chip Roy is going to be a no. It's a matter of how many Republicans can they get back on board with this thing. And that's going to take a whole lot of threats, I believe.
So Trump wanted this done by Friday.
Yeah.
Do we have any confidence that's happening?
I can't imagine it being done by Friday. I mean, look, you never doubt Donald Trump, I suppose, but it just seems like there's just a big gap between the bill in the House and the bill in the Senate, and then all the no's that we just discussed. It's going to take lots of threats and lots of, like Los is saying, mate. I mean, I don't want to underestimate Donald Trump, but it seems going to be tough to get it done by Friday.
Well, let me just be, in terms of how this stuff gets done, there were so many little things that were put into this bill to get it through the House that no longer exist. That was part of what you do in order to get a bill through. If you're trying to create an inducement so that a Republican says, all right, I know it increases spending, but this particular portion is going to take care of by district. Okay, I'll go along with it. By the time that goes to the Senate and it's no longer part of the bill, what is the incentive to vote for it?
Yeah.
That's the fight that we're now having. This is dirty business, but this is what happens. Every president that we've had in the modern era gets like one big bite at the apple, and Donald Trump is trying. The big picture is going to be he's trying to make his tax cuts permanent, and he's trying to set up his version of the American economy for the next 30 years. And that's his big bite at the apple.
Yeah, it is. And the tax cuts have been so good for Americans. That's what kept Joe Biden afloat. If it weren't for those tax cuts, Joe Biden would have been screwed. His economy would have been screwed. His administration or the board of directors who ran it. Well, you know what I mean. But the whole point is those things are so good for the American economy and the American people. That's why it's imperative that this bill passes so we can keep those. And businesses, as Los has pointed out so many times, can plan out for the next decade of what they plan to do, how they plan to grow, how they plan to hire people. We shall see if they get it done by Friday. The 6 o'clock hour is brought to you by Subaru of Gwinnett. When we come back, Neil Port's the Talk Master, the only place you get him, on Extra 106.3, and he'll join us next.
If you love 106.3, then you'll love the all-new Extra 106.3 app. It's loaded with replays of your favorite shows like The Morning Xtra and The Kimmer Show. Podcasts from conservative voices across the South. And access to Extra's crystal clear live stream from anywhere in Georgia. Grab it now for Apple or Android.
When you have an issue, you want it resolved immediately. When you have a problem, you want it fixed right away. And that's what central heating and air conditioning can do for you. Let's say you have a problem with your HVAC. You got one system, you got two systems, three, I don't know. In our house, we have two. Let's say one of them goes down. You call Central. They can be out within 24 hours. Sometimes they'll be out there in the same day. And let me tell you why this matters. Because you don't want to have your house hot during the summer. That's first. But other than that, you want people that will react and respond to you, that know the urgency that you're operating with. You got to know that. And they recognize it, and they can help you. They can get out there right away and make sure that your house is just as comfortable. And here's now, can I tell you one, maybe even the biggest thing? When you call Central Heating and Air Conditioning, you're going to talk to a human. You're not going to push one for anything.
Hi, this
no,
is
none of
Central
that.
Heating and Air.
Right, none of that. Literally, as soon as somebody answers the phone, you're going to be talking to a human. I called my dentist the other day. I thought I was talking to a human for about 20 seconds. Then I realized it was AI. It was awful. Horrible experience. Different story altogether. When you call Central, you don't deal with that. You speak with a person immediately. There's no prompts. There's no sending you around. There's no pushing one for anything. You talk to a human. That's worth it to me because it's so annoying to call and talk to automation or AI at this point, which is popping up. Anyway. Point is, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, they can get you back in service immediately. Here's how you do it. To reach out to them, to call them, and actually speak to a person, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Hey, this is John Flading. I'm the president and owner of ATL Turf Co. We are a family-owned, operated, independent local company. We have over 15 years of artificial grass design, installation, and sales experience. From premium artificial lawns and backyards, custom putting greens, sports fields, hardscape, drainage. We do both residential and commercial. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 3 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffers from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. We provide testosterone replacement therapy, the P-shot, and treatment for ED, PE, and Peyronie's disease. There's not just one therapy that can solve these complex issues. When you visit our clinic, you're going to see me. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. 404-777-1911. Total Body Therapy of Georgia. 404-777-1911. Online at tbtofga.com.
Military veterans are eager to transfer their skills and experiences to civilian life, but lack trusted connections to expedite their path to success. That is, until they meet the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance goes the extra mile to reach veterans in their communities so they do not have to take this journey alone. With over 40 partners across 10 service areas, your donation goes a long way toward achieving maximum impact for a veteran and their family. Go to thewarrioralliance.org to donate today and commit to helping the Warrior Alliance change thousands of lives for the better.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Georgia Public Service Commission finalized a 3-year rate freeze for Georgia Power on Tuesday. The commission celebrated being able to offer stable rates to Georgians after rates have increased the past 3 years. The proposal from Georgia Power to recoup damage costs related to Hurricane Helene is also on hold. If you missed the fireball meteorite that thousands of Georgians saw light up the sky last week, you'll be able to get an up-close view of it soon. The Tellus Science Museum in Cartersville is acquiring a piece of the meteorite that landed in Henry County. The new specimen should be on display later this summer. And good news, if you love breakfast any time of the day, Waffle House has done away with the 50-cent egg surcharge on all menu items that include eggs. The extra fee was initially added in February in reaction to an egg shortage due to a bird flu outbreak. Today's weather. A mix of clouds and sunshine today with the possibility of some scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. Temperatures starting out in the low 70s and possibly reaching 90 degrees. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
Whoa, Nelly. It is time to talk to Neil Bortz, the Talk Master. The only place to get him is Extra 106.3. We're certainly glad to have him here on the Morning Extra. Neil, you got big plans for the 4th of July?
I got nothing.
Well, I mean, those are good plans too, actually.
Well, actually, it looks like it's gonna be a weather blowout down here, but that's fine with me. I've got my beach view and I got my queen, so that's it. Oh, and from the home of Alligator Alcatraz, we got Alligator Alcatraz now.
Yeah, that's right. Trump visited too.
I already have the T-shirt.
What? I visited Alligator Alcatraz.
No, I got her now. Well, in fact, I ordered two. Ordered one for my son-in-law.
Oh, what?
They're going to come down and visit the end of the month, and I'm going to present him with this Alligator Alcatraz. I think it's just a marvelous idea.
Me too. It's brilliant.
You know, if one of those criminal aliens disappears, they're going to start disemboweling alligators to look for him.
Buddy, I tell you what, the only thing, Lo said it best yesterday, the only thing going to be surrounding you in there is something that wants to bite you or eat you or take you down.
Well, that's all of Florida.
That's all, yeah, right, exactly.
So, anyway, I like it. And of course, here come the Indians. That's sacred land. Have you ever seen a piece of dirt anywhere in the United States that the Indians won't call sacred land when something is happening that they don't like?
Isn't it all truly claimable?
Yes, it totally
by
is.
someone.
It totally is.
I mean, the phraseology that comes out, like Donna and I watch a lot of cop shows, okay? We watch cops. We watch live PD. I don't know why.
Wow.
You don't watch them?
PD? No, I don't watch any of that crap. No.
Oh, it's great. And
it's great.
It really, I watch tasing.
Okay.
Tasing.
I kind of like the tasing.
He's highbrow. Neil Bortz is a highbrow TV viewer.
Yeah, turn the damn dog loose.
Dude, I will admit, there is nothing funnier than seeing a criminal with a canine on him.
Oh, I know.
It is funny.
I'm sorry. Ooh, ow. I love that. I love it. And, you know, there seems to be a rule. I don't know at what age they learn this. They certainly don't learn it from their fathers because these criminals they don't know their fathers. And whenever, as soon as you get the cuffs on one of these thugs, what do they start screaming? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. The cuffs aren't that tight, you jerk. And then it's, I know my rights. I know my rights.
And usually they don't. That's the thing that I've discovered.
Clearly you didn't know the law.
Yeah, right.
And then, of course, there's the standard, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's, what time is it? It's 8:30. You know what I'm saying?
Neil does have it down. He does watch all the shows.
This crosses the all lines. Young kids. I mean, every third word out of their mouth now is literally.
Right.
You know, what are you doing? I'm literally going to the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm literally eating this corn dog. But, I mean, the language today. That's okay. That's me. I'll go now. Bye.
Well, no, Neil.
Oh, it's true because my daughter, I always make it a point whenever she says literally, I will point it out to her. In the same way with my 10-year-old, Neil, for some reason, and this lasted for about 3 weeks until he broke her, everything started with, guess what? Neil, guess what? Like, if I asked every single question or made every single mistake with, Neil, guess what? Eventually you're going to be like, I'm not guessing.
I'm done with all
I'm
this.
done with the conversation. I'm not doing this anymore.
Literally. I mean, But this, know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Yo, know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? No, I don't. And the double negatives make me crazy.
Neil turning into an English teacher.
No, I still want to go to a local high school just 1 hour out of every year and talk to those little rugrats, talk to them about what the Constitution does and doesn't do.
I think it's a good idea. I actually would be beneficial.
Well, I have props. I was in the Soviet Union one time when they were having a Comintern, a big meeting of the entire Soviet, and I got a flag that flew at that. And it's a gorgeous flag, all the Soviet republics and everything. I like to take it and hang it in the classroom and then tell these kids exactly what's going on. And then there's a big map that I bought in the Soviet Union of the United States, shows all our nuclear reactors.
Wow.
So yeah, I have the props.
No kidding. Didn't you say you had a piece of the Berlin Wall? Was it you that told us that?
No, I don't. I have my granddaughter once asked me for a moon rock.
Okay.
But the best I could do for public consumption, the best I could do was to get her a meteorite.
Okay. Where'd you come up with that?
There's a shop in Vail, Colorado, where you can actually buy meteorites. I bet you could go online and get a meteorite, too.
Well, who would have thought? I wouldn't have guessed.
I've had one since kindergarten.
I do remember you saying that. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, earlier.
Tug's wearing an Apple Watch.
Yeah, he is. I like that you're kind of stalking us in the morning. There's a little bit of voyeur aspect to it, but it's funny that when you can say, hey, why do you have your feet on the table? I have to apologize.
You got no manners.
The teacher got me.
Los has some sort of sea creature on his hat.
It's a ram. It's actually a ram.
But I noticed the labels aren't still there.
No, I take those off. I'm not one of those guys.
Okay. Well, I mentioned the Apple Watch because mine went nuts 2 weeks ago.
You know what, Neil? I told my wife, I was like, when this one dies and it's on its way, I was like, don't give me another one. I don't want another one. I'm going back to a Timex, just something super basic.
Well, I'm telling you, there is a chance. There is a chance, and I'm going to know more by the end of that my Apple Watch may have saved my butt.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, because all of a sudden, everything happened after my last birthday. All of a sudden, it started saying AFib, AFib, AFib.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and I never feel anything. I'm sitting there watching TV. Look down at my Apple Watch, AFib, and I go to the app on my phone. Yep, there it is. And so anyway, I have a cardiologist appointment on Friday.
And all based on your Apple Watch.
It came off the Apple Watch, yeah.
I guess so. Look, that's the thing. It's a give and take with technology. It's what it is.
I would say 90% of the time, this is convenient, this is helpful, this will work for me, but there is just a trade-off with it.
Buddy, your privacy is the trade-off. And let me tell you, if you have a smart speaker in your house, it's listening to you, and it's recording everything. Even when, and they say, well, you can go in the settings and turn it all off, and then it won't record. I don't believe that. For 1 second, I don't believe that.
Yeah, you say that, and logically I believe it, but I did disconnect whatever this little thing over here is. Looks like a hockey puck.
Oh yeah,
like the
Amazon
dots.
Echo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did disconnect that. So, but anyway, on the Apple Watch, what I did was that you can do an EKG on your Apple Watch. Did you know that?
I don't think mine's updated that much. I think mine's too old.
I did one, and I sent it to my doctor.
Okay.
And he said, okay, you need to come in.
Well.
Yeah.
Well, then that's helpful.
Absolutely. There's a benefit there, but the privacy aspect, and my wife is convinced that it doesn't matter. She's like, they know everything anyway. It doesn't matter. And I'm just like, I don't think giving up is the right answer.
No, I'm not.
Or giving up your privacy. Completely giving up your privacy is the right answer, Los.
I just don't know how much of it. But you know what? All my secrets couldn't sell one tabloid page.
Well, but most of it is based on what to try and sell you.
That's right.
And if you're not, like for me.
Well, That isn't. Why do I get 30 messages a day about chair exercises for senior citizens?
It's because you've brought it up and your phone is listening to you, and so then it markets everything to you for that.
Well, I guess. So,
I tell you what, Neil. Let's do a test this week. Tell the Queen at some point about a particular set of golf clubs you want, and wait to see how long it takes for them to show up on banner ads whenever you go online.
Oh, if that happens, I'm going to get a Timex.
But Neil, it's happened to me a dozen times. And it's happened to my wife so many times. And even my kid is now noticing it. He'll be like, yeah, me and whoever, we're talking about a new model of baseball bat. They have, this torpedo. Is it called torpedo?
Bat, yeah.
And a friend of his is a minor league baseball player and has one and has an endorsement. Guess what showed up in his banner ad feeds? A torpedo baseball bat. And it was like 2 days later.
So, if that was true, why aren't I getting ads all day for sex toys?
Maybe you have a filter on. I don't know.
Maybe you have a little bit of protection.
Okay, I'm going to bring this up again. I don't know that you guys agree with me, but I did look at the Gallup poll. 36% of Democrats are not proud to be Americans. 100% of Americans are not proud we have those Democrats. But at any rate, I'm going to say it again. This is what upsets Democrats, liberals, progressives, that America is a meritocracy. They hate that. They hate it that you have to earn your way to a fulfilled life. You have to actually work, and that is exhibited in their yelling and screaming about Medicaid. Oh yeah, Trump wants to kill Medicaid. No, what he wants is for people who are able-bodied and don't have minor children and capable of getting out there and earning a living. He wants them to go to work and stop sucking off the taxpayers for their health care. And it's meritocracy. That's what bothers them so much about America. That's why they're so upset that Medicaid, some people might actually be told to go back to work. And listen, quit saying bad things about that Muzzy that's running for mayor of New York.
No, we're not going to be able to do that. He's and Neil, I get it. We referenced it yesterday. We brought it up earlier in the show. I understand why over the course of your career you were hesitant to call them communists, but this one's a real communist.
He is. But I want him to win.
Me too. I want to see what he does to the place.
I do. New York has been the epicenter of so much of this sanctuary city, defund the police nonsense with some of their prosecutors, no bail, no cash bail, all this. I want them to suffer the consequences of their insanity over the years. And it will be a great lesson for other cities in this country. And they'll start looking. Look, I've told you before, when I retired, I told Donna, we're going to get an apartment in New York. We're going to go spend a month up there just to see what it's like. Hell, no, we're not going to do that.
Not a chance.
No. When my cruise docked in Brooklyn, stayed on the ship.
My only fear, Neil, because I understand they can get what they vote for. They're about to get it. The cancer spreads. That's what I'm fearful of.
Do you really think he can be elected?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes, I do.
You think Jews will vote for him? They love voting for Democrats.
I don't know who's going to vote for him, but it seems like that a whole lot of people are behind
the package is very smiley.
Oh, yeah.
It's very friendly looking. It's the epitome of what happens
He's
over
a good-looking
history.
guy.
It's Barack Obama all over again.
Yeah, and by the way, good-looking guy. The shooter in Idaho was a good-looking guy.
Yeah, I tell
Before
you.
the bullet hole in his head.
Yeah, you talking about the Coburger guy? Oh,
I'm talking about the guy that started the fire.
The fire. Oh, yeah. Gosh. That's the most heinous story. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody that deserves to go down the way that they took somebody down? That guy.
Excuse me, sir. That's the anus story.
The what story?
The anus?
Anus?
Oh, you said heinous.
Heinous. No, I thought somebody called it an anus story.
No.
Wow.
Misunderstood there, boy.
Well, he never did make it to jail, so that's probably not true.
Neil Mortz is the talk master. Neil is the greatest when we get to talk to you. You know that? That is the highlight of the week.
I'm going back to bed.
God bless you.
I'm old. Screw this.
We'll see it.
Remember, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right.
That's exactly right. And Neil Bort says the Talkmaster, the only place you hear him is on Extra 1063 with Tug and Los. Deportations from Alligator Alcatraz will be sped up because of a genius move from Ron DeSantis next on Extra.
The Morning Extra on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 1063 FM.
Good morning, it's Front Office Los. Let's talk about my friends over at True Prep. You can do one of two very important things. You can head on over to the store right off of Cobb Parkway in Marietta, where they have all the gear that you can imagine when it comes to preparation. Now, what does that mean for someone like me? Well, that means food prep. That's what I'm really big into because I've been through some crazy weather events. I've had it to where I've had electricity out in my house for several days at a time. I prepare in that way, but maybe, just maybe, yours is a little bit different. Maybe you like being out in the outdoors, or maybe you're into home security as well. They have equipment for that. And right now, when it comes to firearms, ammo, all of their gear, they've got their Independence Day sale going on. It's going to run through the weekend all the way until July 6th. So you can do one of two things. Go on over to the store or go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. You can check out their deals page. You can see what they have going on. And then when we do talk about, making that purchase on that firearm, maybe this is the first time for you. They also have, on the other end, workshops. They have a firearm fundamentals for first-time buyers. That's going to be coming up on July 13th. So that's the cool part about True Prep. They'll sell you the equipment, then they'll show you how to use it responsibly and safely. Go to trueprep.com. That's truprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Atlanta Braves were shut out at home last night by the Los Angeles Angels. 4-0 the final, but do not put it on Braves pitcher Grant Holmes. He was outstanding, throwing 6 scoreless innings. The Braves and Angels will get back after it again tonight. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear the game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the association, one of the biggest mistake contracts in league history has now been resolved as the Milwaukee Bucks have waived guard Damian Lillard, the 7-time All-Star, tore his Achilles to end his season and his Bucks tenure. He's still owed $113 million on his contract. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Surveys reveal that peace of mind is a paramount concern for people approaching retirement. So, Coach Pete, what helps bring that peace of mind?
That sound means financial fill-up. That means every single year in retirement, you get a new check delivered to your checking account. And if you pass away, your spouse continues to get that check. That's where the value starts really hitting, because a lot of people pass away and they leave their spouse with nothing but bills. And then the spouse has to change zip codes in a bad way, like move out of this neighborhood, move over there to that apartment. So the secret of life is get on that green brick road and make sure that you have that financial fill-up strategy, which will deliver a check to you regardless of what happens in the stock market. This is not stock market money. This is safe money. Now, we like the stock market, but we like the stock market only after we have our safe money and our retirement income number planned out.
A comprehensive review, no cost, no obligation, with Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler of Chandler Wealth Management. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164.
Your Atlanta Braves are celebrating family, freedom, and fun during Independence Week, July 1st through the 6th, when the Angels and Orioles come to Truist Park. Tickets and parking start at just $10. And don't miss the epic fireworks show on July 4th. Plus, fans can enjoy Americana-themed music and activations all week long. And if you're looking for some new merch, check out the Braves Outlet Store inside Truist Park to score some major deals. So head to Braves.com/independence to get your tickets. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPs, etc. FTC.com.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Architect Technology Services, PSO positions offered by Manhattan Associates Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Provides technical guidance to the project team and the client. Responsible for all the technical escalations within the project and has overall ownership of all technical aspects through life cycle of the client relationship, including maintenance phase. Up to 50% domestic travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. Apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Seems like it was in the last couple weeks, I should say, that arrests of criminal illegal aliens was at about 100,000. And Los and I dove in and we talked about how if Donald Trump wants to deport the criminal illegal aliens that Joe Biden kicked the doors open for, it was going to take about 200 years to get it all done with the rate of deportation and the amount of people we got to deport. But Ron DeSantis has come up with something that may just speed up that process front office, Los.
Oh, what an interesting conversation and what an interesting press conference that the two had between Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis yesterday. It was the kickoff of Alligator Alcatraz, which... Okay, the place has merch, all right? Like, there's some crazy aspects to this. But one of the things they talked about was the deputizing powers of those that they have, for instance, in the National Guard. And that what they're allowing them to do, and again, all under the guise of legality, it's you got to figure out a way to make this thing happen, that rather than hand out a piece of paper to somebody and say, hey, you're going to have your day in court and we'll see you in 8 years, instead, you can turn them around in a much quicker amount of time. Take a listen to what Ron DeSantis and Florida, the can-do state, are doing.
This is we're offering up our National Guard and other folks in Florida to be deputized to be immigration judges. We're working with the Department of Justice for the approvals. I'm sure Pam will approve. But then I'll have a National Guard judge advocate here. Someone has a notice to appear. Biden would tell them to come back in 3 years and appear. Now you'll be able to appear in like a day or two, so they're not going to be detained, hopefully, for all that long. We'll have people here in this facility that can make, it's a bureaucracy. The president's got to deal with the bureaucracy. Now, that Supreme Court ruling was good because that's going to allow him to be able to exercise Article 2 the way founders intended, but you still have bureaucracy. So we want to cut through that so that we have an efficient operation between Florida and DHS to get the removal of these illegals done.
Dude, I mean, judge, jury, jailer, everything right there. And guess what? You're on an airstrip. So you can just load people up and send them back to wherever they need to be.
He is talking about a 72-hour window between detainment, between seeing a judge, between a decision being made, and here's your flight. That's a game changer. Again, Tug, we talked about it, and as you pointed out, 200 years at the pace you're going because of what the legalese you're having to deal with is. When we now talk about 72 hours, that speeds up where you can realistically, before it was, well, okay, you might be able to get, $1 million out, $2 million out. You can legitimately talk about $10 million if this is what you're planning on doing.
Dude, the goal is $3,000 a day, and the fact that he's saying, okay, I've got judges, I've got these lawyers judge advocate generals. You've probably heard of a JAG before. Maybe we'll just bring them down here and have them work at this facility, this 5,000 bed facility, and turn this thing around just like Los is laying out. And they're going to turn that thing over like a Hilton. I mean, it's going to be like, it's going to be like the Georgia World Congress Center, Los. One weekend it's a volleyball tournament. Next weekend it's a car show, whatever. But it's going to turn over continually. They're going to have so many people running through there, and they'll only be there 3 days.
And to think about the numbers, okay, if the goal is 3,000 a day, if you just look and conservatively say, all right, let's say you can do 3,000. I won't even jump to like, hey, what if you can do more? But let's call it 3,000.
Well, the goal is 3,000, so let's start there.
Then you're looking at almost 1.1 million a year, that is why the call went out to other red state governors yesterday. Build similar facilities like this, or we'll come in and do it. Remember, Florida got this thing together in like 3 weeks.
Dude, it was unreal. When has the government ever been efficient? I've never seen it happen.
Ron DeSantis' government is efficient.
Until I saw Ron DeSantis in action. That dude is a game changer. And I love, did you see the little, and we may play it later in the show, but it was just that little moment that Trump was talking so good about Ron DeSantis. He was like, man, Ron, we didn't always see eye to eye on everything, but he's a good dude. I love Ron DeSantis. Dude, it was so funny.
Everything with Donald Trump, and this has been over his history, whether it's his business career or whether it's been his political career, everything has at one point been, this is the worst guy. This person's terrible.
Awful.
And then they make a deal. I told you he's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Good dude. That was so funny. Because remember, it was that way with Elon Musk, too. Greatest guy. He's helping us with this Doge thing. Now he's talking about deporting him.
Which, if anyone didn't pick up on the comedy of that.
Of course.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
it's one thing to read it. It's another thing to watch it. And you're like,
that's right.
You're like, oh, we might have to deport Elon.
It's so good. If nothing else, if you hate Donald Trump, if nothing else, you got to sit back and laugh. He's entertaining, if nothing else.
Did you see where he was trying to give instructions on how to run away from an alligator?
Yeah, you better not run in a straight line. You got to zigzag.
Go back and forth.
Dude, it's so good, man.
And all that you have, the left really has on this is, well, look at the ecological disaster that's going to occur from this. In Florida, I don't know who's been, spent enough time in Florida. Florida does not care, okay? Like, they look at it as, are we protecting our beaches? Is everything clean? Have we taken care of our environment? But if you try and tell them, hey, don't build that because that's bad for the environment, they're going to look at you and go, we do it better than anybody. Shut up.
That's exactly right. I love it, man. I think it's fantastic. I mean, Al Gore's been telling me for, I don't know, how many years that the climate change is going, the beaches are going away.
We got 2 years left, Tug.
2 years left, exactly.
Oh, no,
they've
only
been
2
telling
years.
us 2 years for the last 40 years. I mean, at some point, you have to give up. At what point does Al Gore go, man, I look like an idiot. I don't know, maybe I'm just going to get out of this business.
If it's a grift, how long you been on it?
Exactly.
It's been pretty profitable.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I know you're 100% right, but you look like such an idiot. And I know Al Gore's not an idiot. I know he's a smart man because he's used this, just like you're saying, to enrich himself beyond what anybody else has.
All right, I'll give you an example. When you look at Al Gore's net worth in 1992, we're looking at a couple $1 million, basically. You know what his net worth is today? $300 million.
Good Lord. By telling people the beaches were going to be gone in 2 years and the ice caps were going to be gone in 2 years.
He knew what the game was. Climate activism was a great way to make a crazy ton of money.
Yeah, and he did. Holy cow. I'm looking at Alcatraz T-shirts. So they have Alcatraz T-shirts for the real Alcatraz. Like you pointed out, there's merch for Alcatraz or alligator
Alcatraz.
So now it shouldn't be a surprise that there's alligator Alcatraz because, I mean, you can buy I Survived Alcatraz Island from the original Alcatraz. So this is only this only makes sense. And I don't know where that money goes, but I mean, they could probably pump it into the the BBB or something.
You know who we need to get one of these T-shirts for?
Who?
Corner Office.
Yeah.
The old gator over there.
Yeah.
Alligator
I didn't
Alcatraz.
even think of it, dude. That's genius. That's smart. Yeah.
You'll see a lot of that stuff at the world's biggest outdoor cocktail party.
Yeah, that corner office has a Florida gator in there, and I think there'd be a part of it where he would look at us like, guys, and then he would kind of smile and be like, and thank you.
That's exactly right. Dude.
He's not putting it on, but he might keep it in the corner.
Dude, it would. Yeah, he would never
on the
wear
back
it.
of a chair.
That's right. It would be draped over a chair somewhere, and once in a while somebody would pick it up and go, "What is this?" And he would explain it.
Some of the guys got this for me.
With a smile. Alligator Alcatraz T-shirt. That may be on the. We may have to put some, throw a couple dollars in or something. See if we can't get him one, because that would be funny. When we come back, the most beloved president, Republican president, may surprise you. It did me. Next on Extra.
Extra 106.3 is Atlanta's home for NASCAR, and we have live races every weekend from across the country. Check out extra1063.com for the full schedule and join us this weekend for live NASCAR action.
There's a tidal wave of clean car happiness sweeping across Braves country. Tidal Wave Auto Spa is your go-to car wash destination for a game day ready ride. Experience Major League Clean at Tidal Wave, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves. Stay clean car happy all season long with membership discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves for details.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
Hey, Atlanta's Mark from the Safe House. I have a question for you. Am I the only person pissed off with the mainstream fake news, liberal judges,
and whiny liberal politicians
who don't realize why Donald Trump is president, and fake safes? And you may wonder, why fake safes? Well, a fake safe is like Joe Biden, cheap and ineffective. A real safe from the Atlanta Safe House is like Donald Trump, tough, effective, and provides peace of mind when you need it the most. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast and see what a real safe looks like. So go to AtlantaSafeHouse.com.
Senior software developer positions offered by CETA Information Networking Computing USA, Inc. in Atlanta, Georgia. Design, develop, and maintain specific software modules within an application or system using existing and emerging technology platforms. Write and deliver code for features and modules, debug existing code and modules, and provides technical guidance to less experienced developers. Please submit resume to gosia.mikolajczyk@sita.aero. Reference job ID 8533785.
There are nut jobs on the road. Who knows where they learn to drive? If one of them hits you, don't take care of it on your own. Call my friend David Van Sant, 855-GA-INJURY. Van Sant Law, one of Georgia's top-rated personal injury lawyers and car accident firms. Time is of the essence. Don't waste any. The longer you wait to get the right lawyer, the longer it takes to get the compensation you deserve. Call Van Sant Law today. The number is 855-GA-INJURY. VanSantLaw.com.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
Superstar Taylor Swift makes the Dean's List for surprising patients at a children's hospital in Florida. It was an unforgettable moment for kids and their families, shared on social media with pictures and a post that read, "You made this a day we will never shake off. Thank you, Taylor Swift, for bringing your support and kindness to Joe DiMaggio's Children's Hospital. You turned hospital hallways into a place of joy, comfort, and connection. Our patients and families felt the love, and the magic will stay with them long after today." The singer-songwriter brought many smiles, laughter, and tears of joy as she posed for pictures and chatted with families who were going through some tough moments. The boys and girls were so taken back, with many of them screaming for joy. One woman wrote, "The impact of something like this, not only on the patients, but the morale of the staff, is a big deal. Good on Taylor for bringing so much joy to these sweet kids." Janice Dean, Fox News.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Every time stupidity and idiocy surfaces, it's always progressives. When are we going to be totally fed up with these people? Way past time.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. This hour is presented by Van Sant Law, vansantlaw.com.
Back to the House. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News. A House vote could come today on the so-called One Big Beautiful Tax and Spending Bill. A version changed from its original version in the House and passed by the Senate yesterday.
Stay united, have fun, and vote yay. That's President Trump's message to House Republicans ahead of a critical vote to give final approval to his tax and spending cuts bill.
It's a great bill. There is something for everyone.
Still, the measure must survive scrutiny from fiscal conservatives and moderates after changes to Medicaid funding and green energy investments made by Senate Republicans. And Elon Musk, who helped launch the Department of Government Efficiency, is threatening primary challenges for any Republican supporting the bill. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
President Trump settles a lawsuit with Paramount for $16 million without the apology he wanted over an edit in a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris.
He sued for $20 billion, accusing the network of 2024 election interference. The settlement will cover items including legal fees and contributions to his future presidential library. In agreeing to the settlement, CBS is not acknowledging any journalistic wrongdoing. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
There's a response from Hamas to a proposal from President Trump to end the fighting in Gaza with Israel.
Hamas says it's open to a ceasefire, but what it really wants is for the war in Gaza to end for good. The response is neither a straight yes or no to the US-backed plan. Yesterday, President Trump posted on social media about what he said was a final proposal for a 60-day ceasefire between Hamas and Israel.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The jury at Sean Diddy Combs' trial in New York resumes deliberations today on a racketeering conspiracy charge after reaching an undisclosed verdict on the other 4 charges of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. Judge says 13 hours deliberating is not enough time to give up on reaching a verdict on all counts. America's listening to Fox News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Align your business with other like-minded conservatives by advertising on Extra 1063. Email sales at xtra1063.com.
How do you become popular? What you do is what you said you'll do. That's how you become popular. It seems like a really, really easy thing to wrap your head around. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 1063, Tug and Los. Until 10. Download the app so you can listen live and on demand at your leisure. 404-741-1230 at Extra 1063 across the social media platforms. Donald Trump, his popularity is through the roof. So if you were to just ask me the other day, who's the most popular Republican president of all time, I would have said, gosh, got to be Ronald Reagan.
Easily
Ronald. Who else could there be more popular as a Republican president than Ronald Reagan? And if you would have asked me and I said Reagan, I would have been wrong, and even CNN is admitting it.
Okay, so we're going to look at the strongly approved number. So this isn't just Republicans who like Donald Trump. This is Republicans who love Donald Trump. And he's up like a rocket. Look at this. In July 2017, the strongly approved was 53%. That's pretty good. But look at where he is now. 63% of Republicans strongly approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing about 5 months into his presidency. Republicans love Donald Trump the way that Americans love Disney World. The bottom line is 63%. That is a huge base. And of course, it's just part of a Republican base in which about 90% of them overall approve of him, including the somewhat approves as well.
I mean, every politician would like this number here, especially to see it go up. How about compared to other presidents who were Republicans?
Yeah, it's history making. It's history making. What are we talking about here? So why don't we look back? We have all the presidents, Republican presidents, going back over the last 35, 36, 37 years. What are we talking about? GOP, who strongly approved 5 months in. Look at this. George H.W. Bush 41, 46%. Bush 43, 59. You see Trump, the first term, 53. But look at this. 63%. He beats all the other Republicans on the board here. And I was looking even back since Reagan. And get this, Donald Trump beats Ronald Reagan when it comes to the strongly approved 5 months. And of course, Reagan was coming off that high after that assassination attempt. So the bottom line is Donald Trump is making history with the Republican base. He is more beloved by this Republican base than any Republican base loved any GOP president 5 months in. It is history making.
Buddy, how about those numbers? And I love when Harry Enton says, Republicans love Donald Trump like Americans love Disney. I mean, what a description, because it's so true.
Well, he said something there, and I think it got a little bit lost because of all the data. He talked about the base. Yeah. When you have that kind of support from what is your base, you're set.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because politicians, when they get in trouble, it's when the base starts questioning who they are and what they're about. When he's got that kind of approval rating from the base, the people that are going to say, hey, listen, I'm going to pretty much ride or die with this guy. And once they get to, let's say, well, your ride or dies are only about 45% support. You're in trouble. He is golden right now.
At 63%. It's unreal, the numbers. The way that it's panning out, and Republicans need not forget that it is Donald Trump that people are voting for, not the Republican Party.
Yes.
That is
two
so
different things,
completely different. And I think it's easy to get looked over because of even the way Harry Enton lays it out. Because he's a Republican president, yes, but they are voting for him and not the party. The other thing that stands out to me is the fact that Donald Trump continues to just pour gas on the fire for the base. Alligator Alcatraz, dude, that's like the 4th of July fireworks. That's the cherry on top.
Well, and Tug, and I think this is an important thing to think about today, because we're going to see what happens with the big, beautiful bill as it goes back to the House. And when you go through those numbers and you show the popularity he has with the base, and as you point out, and we've astutely pointed this out, this does not apply to all Republicans. It applies to him. If you're in his coalition, yeah, you're going to get some love for it, but it's mostly him. When you start calling on congressmen and you say, listen, I won't endorse you.
Yep.
This is where it matters. This is where 63% matters. This is where him being on fire matters.
And we'll play the latter part of that clip because Harry Enton actually addresses that. He talks about Elon Musk and all those people saying we're going to primary people. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Donald Trump's endorsement is so valuable. It doesn't matter what your challenger does or who your challenger is or who helps your challenger out. If Donald Trump says, we want this guy, guess who gets elected at like a 95% clip? The guy that Donald Trump endorses.
And this is different from his first time around, because part of what Donald Trump was doing is he would put his finger in the air. He would see who was doing well, and then he would endorse that person, and he could say, look, I'm a kingmaker. Look, I keep bringing these guys across the finish line. He now actually has the number, the polling backing to flat out make a phone call and tell a congressman in any state where maybe you might have a potential competitor, a potential challenger, and say, listen, I'm going to throw my support behind whoever runs against you.
And that's the thing. Elon Musk talking about how he's going to, and I love Elon, man. I'm not trying to run Elon down. I appreciate what he's done. I appreciate Doge. I appreciate his interest in the politics of the United States. But when Elon says I'm going to get challengers to Republicans that vote for Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill, that falls so flat because Donald Trump's going to say, it doesn't matter. I'm backing the person that did vote for my big, beautiful bill, and they will get elected with 95% certainty. So, Elon, you might want to take a back seat on this because you're going to spend a whole lot of money on a lot of people that are going to lose elections.
Well, one of them's going to be right. Is it going to be the guy who's looking to put us on Mars and catch rockets and the richest man in the history of the world? Sure. Or is it going to be Donald Trump with his business instincts? One of them is going to be right about this bill. One of them is going to be right about this amount of spending, especially when you're looking to remake the American economy and you're looking to spend money to make money. You're looking to spend money to create growth. One of them is going to be right. And so this is going to play out over the next year and as I can look at Elon right now and say it doesn't matter what you're pointing out right now, it could be back down the road where we go, well, Elon was right. What's next, Elon? And that's entirely possible.
Yeah, it is. It is. But if you look at the numbers where Donald Trump endorses as of right now,
yes.
It's a 95% clip. So yes, can things change? Absolutely can. But he's got a pretty good track record. And I love what you said there when you're talking about the spending money to make money. How many times have you heard that over the years? Because I've heard it my entire life. You need to spend the money to be able to make money.
It's true.
That's such a business foundational principle. That is so it's been used over and over again. It's become cliche because it's so true. And that's what Donald Trump's doing. I don't want deficit spending. Absolutely I don't. But Donald Trump knows that he can't cut and cut and cut before he starts making the economy work and grow and grow and grow, right? Then once the economy's growing, you can afford things, and then you can start even cutting deeper in places that maybe you weren't able to begin with.
I love going through the free ones. I don't pay for them anymore. Harvard Business Review.
Yeah. Harvard
Business Review will tell you great stories of failures and successes in American business. And one of the underlying aspects that runs through a lot of them, especially the entrepreneur ones, so many of these guys get leveraged to the hilt where they don't have anything else. Like the bank owns their car, their house, everything else, but they're trying to make the business work. And sometimes it takes off and sometimes it doesn't. That's where I feel we're at with this. I feel like we are leveraged to the hilt. It's $37 trillion. Yeah. We're not ever going to touch Social Security with any, significance. So what do we got to do? We got to grow our way out.
Without a doubt. That's the only thing that makes sense. That is the only thing that makes sense.
And it's taking a chance. It really is.
But what else? What's the alternative?
What's the alternative?
There is none.
Are we going to sit on our hands? Are we going to try communism? There are not a lot of alternatives outside of bet on the United States.
And I would ask Elon, where do you start? Give me the place to cut. Because he's going to say Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security.
And I'd agree 100%. And that's the area that'll never happen.
And it's never going to happen. And and the other thing is, it's not going to be there for you and I. It is not. And anybody that's about my age, about 48, it's not going to be there for you. You know it's not going to be there for you. It is a Ponzi scheme. Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And nobody wants to admit it. Nobody wants to say it, but it is.
It absolutely is. And to think that when we talked about it with Buddy Carter, and again, I appreciate his candor about
Me
this
too,
stuff.
man, because I wouldn't have admitted what he did.
He told us like a year and a half, 2 years ago, he's sitting right in front of us, and he flat out says, leadership on both parties, but he spoke when it came to the Republicans, do not allow you to ever talk about entitlements. That you recognize if you say, hey, we need to make a significant change to Social Security, you're going to lose.
It's a loser.
In fact, the last person that I remember doing it pretty much brought an end to his political career. That was Paul Ryan.
Yeah.
Paul Ryan, during that run, was like, we will change this. We'll change the age. I'm like, we're not going to win.
Dude, and as much as I would love for people to really think about how to make it work, and can you imagine if we were to privatize some of it, just a portion of it, back when George W. Bush was talking about that, the money that people would have put into Social Security and some similar to like an IRA or a 401k or something like that, what the return would have been and the different situation that we'd find ourselves in now if they would have just done that one little thing, not even the whole thing, just a portion of it.
You ever seen a pair of people in a very codependent relationship that isn't good for either one of them?
Yes, I have.
It's not like our relationship, Tug, where we try and push each other to do good things and entertain, and, we're trying to bring out the best in one another,
Yep.
People that are in bad codependent relationships tend to just basically, they each take a wrecking ball to each other on a regular basis. That, to me, is the relationship between the federal government and the people when it comes to Social Security. And I'll tell you why. You allow these people, the federal government, to take your money, to not give you the same rate of return, and then they go spend it on all their pet projects, and they want to make sure they hold on to it. Albeit at the same time, they're the ones telling you, we'll never touch Social Security. It'll be right here for you. And that dude who's been working for 40 years is saying, that's my money. You owe it to me. It is a relationship that is awful to start with, but yet codependent with one another.
No, it's a great example. And the other part is when they say we would never touch it, they've already touched it. They already spent it. It's gone. It doesn't exist. Yet those people that believe it's going to be there, that believe it's going to be there for you, that are maybe in their early 40s or maybe even their mid 50s, they can see it on the horizon. And to them, they're like, I've paid in. It has to be there. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be there. It is gone. And to get ready, just get ready to be disappointed. It's gone.
I spent a lot of time with our financial people yesterday, and we were talking about the plans for future and what we're going to do with this money and this investment, where this is going to go. And all of this, at no point did Social Security ever come up. At no point did we ever go, and then this will be a supplement to your Social Security. It was, no, this is your retirement.
Yeah, that's right.
This is your safety.
What you have is your safety net. What you have is your retirement. What you've saved is going to help you live after you decide to hang up the headphones or hang up the the hammer and the nails.
By the way, that was another funny discussion. Asking my wife, when do you plan to quit working? And she kind of throws out, I'd like to be done by this time. Yes, Carlos, what would be when you plan to quit working?
Never.
I just go, when I'm dead?
Yeah, never. Now, and that's, to me, I don't think I ever want to stop working completely. Like, I like having purpose. I like having something to do. And I know myself well enough. If I have nothing to do, I won't do nothing. I know myself well enough. Like, I will sit on the couch and be just fine with it.
I'm not saying that I have to be like Norm Hitzges, like the legendary guy in Dallas that they basically had to retire him. They're like, Norm, you're like 77. You've been doing a daily sports show. It's time to shut it down. But Norm shows up for all the specialty programming, for the NFL draft, for any of that stuff. I want the Chris Domino lifestyle. Our friend down the hall, at some point he'll stop doing the daily and he'll just do Braves. So he'll go, I'm going to work for 6 months out of the year for like 4 or 5 days out of the week.
Love it.
That would be cool.
Yeah, certainly would. But back to the Social Security discussion just for a second. I've accepted, you're talking about the codependent relationship. I've accepted it won't be there. Your financial advisor yesterday has accepted that it won't be there. They didn't bring it up.
Never even brought it up.
They've already accepted that it's
never
not there.
Brought it up.
But those people that haven't thought this through, it's like when you tell somebody, tell the kids, yep, we're going to get ice cream today. Yep, we're going to get ice cream today. And they keep asking throughout the day. And it gets to the evening time and you still hadn't got ice cream. And they're still asking, when are we going to get that ice cream? And the ice cream store's closed or the icy man has drove down the street. He's already gone. It's done. It's over. You ain't getting none. And you have to break it to them. Hey, sorry. We'll go tomorrow. You lead them on again. You give them a new promise. That's what Social Security is. It's a new promise of the same lie.
That's what it feels like to me. I just choose to partake in not having the ice cream.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all. I'm just like, I'm not going to get the ice cream, so I'm not going to go ask for it.
I know. That's right. But there's so many people that haven't accepted that. Dude. Yep. I don't know what the number is, but I would bet that number is above 50% of people that still expect something's going to be there.
And Tug, that's the problem. A lot of this goes to a certain age group as they're 60 plus basically because they're so close and they've paid in for so long they believe it's going to be there.
And they're not wrong.
No, and they should be. It should be right there. But that is the problem when we talk about the mainstream media and why that is still successful with that age demographic. Because two reasons. They're involved because it's their money. Yeah. And they're sitting back going like, what do you mean you're talking about changing this sort of stuff?
Exactly.
It's very easy to scare those people.
Right. Absolutely. I just know they've lied to me about everything. From the JFK killing to
aliens, JFK, Social Security, Easter Bunny.
Moon is weird.
That's right. They've lied to me about everything. What in the world would make me believe that they're telling me the truth this time? Joe, what's the definition of insanity?
Doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result.
They are lying to you. Accept it. Acceptance is the first step. That's what I hear.
Invest in yourself. Invest in this country. That's the direction this entire thing is going right now.
That's exactly right. When we continue on Extra 106.3, the folks at UPenn are apologizing to the ladies that they've allowed to be taken advantage of. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The Morning Extra has you covered until 10 a.m. Then it's Glenn Beck, Clay Travis, and Buck Sexton at noon, and the Kimmer Show taking over at 3, only on Extra 106.3.
U.S. demand and supply operations lead positions offered by UCB Manufacturing, Inc., Smyrna, Georgia. Accountable for leading and managing supply chain operations in the United States through achieving target service levels, mitigating operational risks, and delivery of key product launches. Position based in Smyrna, Georgia. Telecommuting permitted up to 60% of time. Travel required up to 10% of working time, 5% international, 5% domestic. If interested, apply with resume to hranswers@ucb.com. Reference 801-9433.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Fricks & Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Retirement means different things to different people. Some folks want to travel the world. Some folks want to spend more time with grandkids. For me, I'm looking forward to spending more time with my guitar. Whether extravagant and robust or simple and cozy, every retirement needs a plan. You wouldn't take a trip without directions. You have to know where you are before you know where you're going. Master Plan Retirement Consultants have helped many like you plan for their own retirement. Not only does Master Plan help you create the roadmap, they join you on the journey. So whether you want to travel the world, become a pickleball champ, or just looking for a good porch, a sturdy rocking chair, and an acoustic guitar, remember to plan well because the destination is worth it. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Moldy, mildew, rotting wood, peeling paint. Is your house suffering from the uglies? Well, then it's way past time to call the siding pros of Peach State Windows. Call now and get 1,000 square feet of tough, durable, hardy plank siding installed for only $49.95. 0% financing for 12 months and no money down with your good credit. 1,000 square feet of tough, durable, hardy plank siding installed for only $49.95. Call today and make the uglies go away. 770-485-8011. That's 770-485-8011.
It's July 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Anisette Day. For fans of black jelly beans or black licorice, you're already familiar with the flavor of the anise herb. A favorite mixer in drinks ranging from coffee to alcohol, anisette is extremely popular in countries like Spain, Portugal, Italy, and France. One warning, however, it's never a smart idea to drink straight anise. Its high alcohol content can be very irritating to the throat. Also on this date in 1962, Sam Walton opened the first Walmart in Rogers, Arkansas. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts into law. And in 1979, the Susan B. Anthony dollar coin was issued. It will be the first U.S. coin to honor a woman. If it's your birthday today, you share it with the first African-American to sit on the Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall, born in 1908, and the king of NASCAR, Richard Petty, born in 1937. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Fox Country.
I'm Michelle Polino. Ella Langley dropped a new collaboration, Never Met Anyone Like You. It's a love song with a twist.
All of my friends can't quit talking.
Artie co-wrote the new song with Langley and Jordan Schmidt and lends his voice on backing vocals. Langley teased it on social media while introducing the track, writing, "This isn't a love song." On the road, Langley has expanded her Still Hungover tour, rapping in November with back-to-back nights at Nashville's Ryman Auditorium.
I was the last one to know.
Country singer Gavin Adcock has spoken out against Beyonce's Cowboy Carter, stating during a recent live performance, "That blank ain't country music." Adcock posted a video on X adding context to his statement.
"It doesn't sound country,"
saying he thinks it's unfair to artists that dedicated their whole life to country music that album remains atop the country music charts. That's Fox Country on Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Georgia Public Service Commission finalized a 3-year rate freeze for Georgia Power on Tuesday. The commission celebrated being able to offer stable rates to Georgians after rates have increased the past 3 years. The proposal from Georgia Power to recoup damage costs related to Hurricane Helene is also on hold. If you missed the fireball meteorite that thousands of Georgians saw light up the sky last week, you'll be able to get an up-close view of it soon. The Tellus Science Museum in Cartersville is acquiring a piece of the meteorite that landed in Henry County. The new specimen should be on display later this summer. And good news, if you love breakfast any time of the day, Waffle House has done away with the 50-cent egg surcharge on all menu items that include eggs. The extra fee was initially added in February in reaction to an egg shortage due to a bird flu outbreak. Today's weather. A mix of clouds and sunshine today with the possibility of some scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. Temperatures starting out in the low 70s and possibly reaching 90 degrees. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
7 o'clock hours brought to you by Van Sant Law Group.
Yes!
If you're in an accident, make the right call, vansantlaw.com. Did you hurt yourself?
No, I was just rethinking if they're getting rid of the 50-cent surcharge at Waffle House. This is another example of the world is healing, man.
It is. It totally is.
Those birds ain't sick anymore.
No,
That's
they're
right.
not. And Peeps' birds, man, she is selling eggs like hotcakes. I've
turned to those birds again. Don't they have names?
Yeah, well, there's Kevin. There's Roscoe. I mean, there's all kinds. They got all kinds of names. One of them's just named Chicken.
That's efficient.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Won't be confused.
No, seriously, I was like, "What's that one's name right there?" And she was like, "Chicken." And I was
Chicken.
I was like, I didn't ask you what it was. I said, "What's his name?" No, his name's Chicken. They couldn't think anything. They just went with Chicken. So it's
Wow,
Chicken.
what a lack of imagination on that farm.
You would think that but after a while, I mean, she got like 25 of them. After a while, names do. I mean, you've already run through them.
And let's face it, they're a bird that doesn't really know to respond to these things.
Although she treat you. You wouldn't know that by the way she holds them and treats them, and she pets them like a dog, you know. She's up there, and I'm not brave enough to do it, to be honest with you, especially with the big rooster. I'm not brave enough. I'll hold one of the hens. I ain't holding one of the roosters.
They got some big claws.
Dude, those things will tear your ass up.
Yes.
They got those big spurs on the back, man. They will come down on you. They do. When they don't want to be held, they don't want to be held. So anyway, but yeah, the surcharge is just another example of another win for Donald Trump. Just America healing, and that's all we've asked for, is to give us an opportunity to heal and give us an opportunity to do well. And Donald Trump, away from the farm, has created another victory. This is a victory, Los, for young women.
Yeah, this victory was actually shocking yesterday.
I'd say the same thing. I agree with you.
In a world where, especially when it comes to the Ivy League, anything Donald Trump, they are fighting tooth and nail.
That's right.
It's like, we don't want anything to do with you. We are going to cut our funding. Clearly, when it came to University of Pennsylvania, UPenn, they looked over the landscape and said, it's probably better to play ball with the administration than to actually fight with the administration. And so what did that mean? That meant that looking at Leah Thomas, the transgender swimmer, they not only apologized, but then they made it a point that they are stripping her of all of her records and making it a point to look at it and say, we need to apologize for having a man dressing with the women and competing against the women at our university.
The number of things that they chose to do, like you're laying out, was unbelievable. Because it's tough enough. People don't like to say, I'm sorry to begin with. I don't know what it is about when you get something wrong, people just don't want to say, I'm sorry. They have a hard time. I don't know if it's pride. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a combination of things. But I've just never been in that way, man. If I screw up, be like, dude, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. You know, I don't have any problem apologizing. But when you're the most educated of all of them, you're the smartest, you're the best, you're the Ivies, they have a huge ego. And stepping back and saying, we were wrong about this, whether they believe it or not, they are admitting that they were wrong. And the level, physically to write a letter of apology to every impacted female swimmer alone, that one thing stands out to me like a spotlight in the sky.
And keep in mind, you did have a federal investigation going on. So it wasn't like UPenn just said, okay, we see the light.
Right.
All right, you finally got us.
Right, which is why I said whether they believe it or not. You know what I mean? It's not like they're just like, you know what, we're wrong about this, and we've been wrong, and we're going to admit it. No, they know. You're right. They're having to play ball, but the links that they went to make sure that this investigation was probably stopped is impressive.
And this is what I would say about the world is healing. Now, one example is obviously eggs at Waffle House. Okay,
Yeah,
that's one way.
One of the many.
The other one I would say is we basically brought Pride Month to an end by taking a man who was swimming against women and pretending to be a woman and stripped his medals.
Dude, I never in a million years expected any of
Happy
this.
Pride Month.
Dude.
Happy Pride 2025.
And the crazy thing is the connection to Atlanta, the fact that it happened at Georgia Tech.
Here.
It happened in our backyard.
So we have this piece of audio, and this ends up being just kind of like I swear, the world went nuts. The world went completely nuts in 2020, 2021. I get it. You were stuck in your house. You're willing to take whatever discussion point was out there, and you just didn't want to fight anymore. And so when you would have like these make-a-believe stories like Leah Thomas, take a listen to how this was portrayed several years ago.
In 2022, swimmer Leah Thomas became the first transgender athlete to win an NCAA Division I championship by winning the 500 freestyle. The Texas native competed for 3 seasons on the men's swim team at the University of Pennsylvania. She began her transition after her sophomore season, and after a gap year due to the pandemic that forced the Ivy League to cancel all sports. Thomas made her debut as a member of the women's team in December 2021.
Being trans is not a choice. I didn't have any other choice because not transitioning was not leading me anywhere.
She competed amidst criticism from the swimming community, competitors, and teammates. She said she hopes her persistence serves a larger purpose.
People will say, oh, she just transitioned, so she would have an advantage, so she could win. I transitioned to be happy.
Okay. So you transitioned to be happy, which included still having a fully intact male body.
That's right. Which is
that women had to look at, or else they were going to be blackballed by their own university.
And dude, back that down to the high school level. They were doing. There are trans women in high schools that are competing and standing in locker rooms. We had who was it that was on the show that told us? I want to say it was Angela. Angela Morbido said there was a trans woman, so a boy pretending to be a girl, that would go in the locker room, say, I am trans, go in the locker room fully male, and change and stare at the girls while they were changing.
Yep.
And then when that person would come out of the locker room, would then say, no, I'm not trans anymore, and then go participate with the boys.
And depending on the rules, that's completely legitimate. As illegitimate as it is.
It's insanity. And that piece you just played, the way it's set up, it's almost, I mean, it's like a Mr. Rogers story. Look how wonderful this is.
How wonderful this is. I'm glad you found yourself. I'm glad you figured it out. It was about your happiness. All right. This is always the joke from Family Guy. When there is the trans woman sitting at the bar, who's a man, but, it's a woman now. And he's looking at pornography on his phone, and the bartender says, please, ma'am, no pornography at the bar. And she says, it's okay, I'm trans. And he goes, okay, do whatever you want, whenever you want, all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the mentality as you're going to screw over all these other women because it's about your happiness.
Yeah. The fact that this is even a discussion and has been a discussion.
I'm just glad it came to an end yesterday.
Me too. But the thing is, Los, it's not going to come to an end. This part,
there'll be more of this.
Dude, we're going to have to fight this for your daughters and for everybody else that has daughters and my son's girlfriend who's a college soccer player. We're going to have to fight this forever. This never comes to a full end. Does that probably put a big speed bump in the way? Sure. But it's never going to, I don't know that it ever ends.
And I thought it was funny from Riley Gaines, who has been at the forefront all of this entire discussion, obviously with the competition with Leah Thomas. And the funny part was she asked on X, are pigs flying? because UPenn has agreed to right its wrongs, restore the records of the athletes, and apologize. She's like, "Are pigs flying?" Because that's the last thing that any of us expected yesterday.
Dude, when I read it, it popped up like the notification on my phone.
I thought it was a lie.
I did too. It's like, no way. No way. There's no way that this is happening the way that it's spelled out here. That they're going to restore all the female records and places inappropriately taken by a male, apologize to every person impacted, every female swimmer, adopt biology-based definitions of male and female, and prohibit males from female sports and female-only places. I was like, there's no way that the UPenn, of all people, that allowed this for so long, that they're just going to do a 180, going to do an about-face? No way!
Well, this was the fight that we had with the Biden administration when they tried to rewrite Title IX. This was the fight. This was what women were involved in. This is what girl dads were involved in. You know, this is where we were complaining, because it took Title IX and the Trump administration threatening violations of Title IX against UPenn for them to go, all right, you're damn right. By the letter of the law, we violated all of it. And that's what got them to come around, because as much as Biden tried to redo and rewrite it so that these universities had cover, once that didn't not occur, once it was shut down, now the letter of the law is basically telling you, you can't do this.
Right. And isn't it funny how money will change everything? Because that's, the funding that they were going to lose, all that stuff, they were willing to kiss the ring, as you've said. From, what was that, from Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones, bend the knee.
Bend the knee, yes. They were willing to do it, all for the money that they wanted to have. It's amazing what money will do. That's what blows me away.
I'm so glad you brought up bend the knee.
Why is that?
It's just a great line in the entire series. It's like, go on, bend the knee.
And it's funny, that show actually came up this weekend. Jacob and all of his buddies, because there were all, about 8 of them up in North Carolina when we went to visit him for his 21st birthday. That's what they were talking about. They've all just started watching Game of Thrones. They've just now found it because they were young.
Yeah,
in the last 5 years.
There's we call it the black hole. Like, there's a time where I went off to college, and then I didn't rediscover cable television until 5 years later because I just didn't have time for it. So that was the rise of The Sopranos. So I had to go back and watch all of it to get caught up. So it's no surprise that these young people missed Game of Thrones and are now like, whoa, this thing was pretty good.
That's exactly right. And they were like, wow, they couldn't believe how many people were just killed off. They're like, the star guy
major
dead,
characters
just gone. They'd never seen anything like that happen before. And I think that's probably the first show, at least that I remember people talking about, where, you kill off Jerry Seinfeld and the show's called Seinfeld. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that was always the shocking thing from Sunday night to Sunday night was like, oh my God. And then it would just go to black and you're like, oh, I'll see you next week.
Yeah. Did you see the troubles that Jaguar has found themselves in? It's kind of along the same lines.
Yeah. I remember when they initially did it's
whatever
that
weird ad was.
It's a very strange ad to now try and rebrand. And it was, I guess, how's the best way to describe it? I mean, it was very pastel colored.
And androgynous.
Androgynous. It was like you weren't really sure if that was a man or a woman, and it was asking you to rethink boundaries and
not a
reimagine.
There's no cars in there.
There's no cars in the ad at all.
Where's the car?
And then they got rid of regular engines, and they went all EV. That was going to be their new thing. So they had this weird androgynous copy nothing ad and ditched gas-powered engines. And so their sales in response to this fell 97.5%. Physically, in April of 2024, they sold 1,961 cars. 1,961. This is across Europe. And this year, April 2025, after their rebrand and their EV, they sold 49 cars. Dude, you want to talk about the bottom falling out of it. The only people that like this ad campaign and were supporting Jaguar are the same clowns that put together the opening ceremonies thing. Remember that weird opening ceremonies at the Olympics?
Supper? It's mocking the Last Supper.
Dude, it's those same people that like this kind of stuff.
Well, for example, when it came to Mercedes-Benz and BMW, they sold the same amount.
Yeah,
like when you
point.
go look over through Europe, they sold the same amount, relatively speaking, as they had the year before, the year before, the year before. Jaguar,
yeah,
they were the ones that plummeted, and it's very simple. A lot of us, now I'm not talking like we all have to be like American muscle cars. Like, okay, a muscle car is pretty freaking cool.
Yeah,
like,
man.
I'd still like,
Dre's
that's a cool
got one.
thing. Yeah, it's like Dre's got a muscle car. Like, that is cool. But if you told me that I was going to ever give myself a luxury automobile, which sounds so foreign, I want it to still be like, dude, that's cool and it's manly.
Yeah,
I don't need it to be androgynous.
No, thank you.
Think about who you used to think of would drive a Jaguar.
Freaking 007, right? Wasn't that James Bond?
Some of those, and Aston Martin too. But
Okay, yeah.
just successful business guy. That's who you had in mind for a Jag.
How else am I going to get 1980s Tawny Catane running across my hood?
That's right. That was
It's
Jaguars.
got to be in a Jaguar,
That's
man.
right. Dude, that is the most iconic of. I can't think of anything more iconic than that.
Like 80s rock videos,
Dude.
Tawny Catane all over a Jaguar. Like
Iconic.
dudes ran out and bought Jaguars with the idea that women are going to throw themselves
I
at
just
you.
want to see some woman that's a smoke show like Tawny Catane was turn a cartwheel on the hood of my car. And maybe I'll convince her to do it. She'll think I'm as cool as David Coverdale.
Look, I got this car. Turn a cartwheel on it.
That's right. And do it while you're wearing a dress. Because it was just nuts. And the crazy part of that video was, remember, she was dragging him into the back seat.
Yeah.
Trying to make out with him as he's trying to drive. Just this crazy scene that could never happen. It's just something you make up in your head. But it was the coolest thing you'd ever seen.
And 40 years later, copy nothing.
Yes. Boy, you talk about all-time
They
background.
flushed that reputation, that whole brand. They just absolutely flushed it.
Diminished it like nothing else. It's Bud Light. It's Target from the last couple of years.
I told you, this is not difficult. You just have to march out pretty women and fun.
Yep.
And if you do that, you're in good standing. Bud Light, their series of commercials with Shane Gillis are some of the funniest commercials right now on television. It's an apology to you for them trying to run from the frat guy. Like, have you seen the one with him and Post Malone? Where,
I feel like I have.
So they're sitting on, they're just like regular dudes sitting out on the driveway.
Yep.
And Post Malone wants to have a drink of the beer, and Shane Gillis like, hey, you actually can't drink in a beer ad. And Post Malone's like, well, when can we? He's like, and they time it out. It's like a 15-second spot that the minute it hits 15, they're both taking that drink.
I love it. See, that's all you have to do. And that's cool, too, because Post Malone is such a cool dude to begin with. A guy that can really just go between genres of music. He can be a hip-hop guy. He can be a rock guy. He can be a country guy and do all of them effectively and all of them well so he doesn't disenfranchise his audience.
And he can be a chill beer guy.
Totally.
And him and Gillis both have like the high socks pulled up like they look like your dad.
Yeah, it's great. It's so great. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 when we continue. MAGA and Maha have a new big nemesis. Next on Extra 106.3.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Atlanta Braves were shut out at home last night by the Los Angeles Angels. 4-0 the final, but do not put it on Braves pitcher Grant Holmes. He was outstanding, throwing 6 scoreless innings. The Braves and Angels will get back after it again tonight. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear the game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the association, one of the biggest mistake contracts in league history has now been resolved as the Milwaukee Bucks have waived guard Damian Lillard, the 7-time All-Star, tore his Achilles to end his season and his Bucks tenure. He's still owed $113 million on his contract. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. And at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this definition. Convenience is our middle name. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for those services. And once the services have been complete, we'll bring your Mercedes-Benz back to you. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2025 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. And we're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor at RBM of Atlanta for details.
Principal Consultant, PSO, Supply Chain Intelligence positions offered by Manhattan Associates Incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. Assist in the management of a single software system integration project to include overall success of an implementation from inception to installation, including managing project scope, design, deliverables, issue escalation, and resolution. Up to 50% travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. If interested, please apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
Fox on Tech. The artificial doctor will see you now. The AI industry has been making inroads with the medical profession, aiding doctors with chart keeping and, yes, billing. But Microsoft now says it has artificial intelligence diagnosing patients' ailments and illnesses and doing so faster than real flesh and blood physicians. They call it Microsoft AI Diagnostic Orchestrator. And when given cases from the New England Journal of Medicine, it correctly diagnosed those cases 4 times as fast than a group of experienced medical professionals. While you might not be ready to ask an AI why something hurts or for a prescription refill, but in their blog, Microsoft says AI medical diagnostics could lead to less expensive and more accessible health care when AI is used as a tool by medical professionals to help serve patients, but not to ever be a replacement for human physicians. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
This is House Call for Health. Your morning coffee may offer more than just an early pick-me-up. Scientists discovering caffeine doesn't just perk up the brain, it energizes cells in a way that could slow down aging. This according to research from Queen Mary University of London. Researchers studying fission yeast tested the effects of caffeine, exposing the yeast to various forms of cellular stress. Not only did caffeine extend the yeast's lifespan, it showed caffeine overrides certain DNA damage checkpoints, allowing cells to continue functioning while repairing damage. The lead researcher writes, these findings help explain why caffeine might be beneficial for health and longevity. But before you start viewing your morning latte as a miracle drug, keep in mind, again, the study was conducted in fission yeast, not humans. A fission yeast is a single-celled organism very similar to human cells. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Extra 1063 personalities aren't afraid to tell it like it is.
Without Donald Trump, nothing that's going on would be happening right now. Donald Trump is changing the world.
And you'll never hear us spew that violent rhetoric from the left. So don't be afraid to tell it like it is. Because we're happy to have you as part of the Extra community.
I particularly like Donald Trump's actions in getting illegal aliens the hell out of this country.
Extra 1063 and the Extra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 1063, 404-741-1230. If you got something you want to get off your mind, get off your chest, something that we've missed talking about that you want to interject, you're always welcome here. Whether you agree with us or not. We have libs call in, and we're just fine with that. Love having the discussion, love having the debate. It's what makes America great.
I had a great conversation yesterday, by the way.
With a lib?
No, but not that I wouldn't. But no, a gentleman who's going to be doing some work in the house.
Oh, nice.
He was. Him and I were having this big discussion on Trump foreign policy, and I will just tell you this: when it came to Ukraine, it's completely different from how I view things. Because his wife's Ukrainian, and so
yeah, it makes a difference.
And so, but it was a good conversation to have because some of the things that we talked about were historical in perspective of how far do you push the Russians, And my point to him was, well, the only reason that I would slam on the brakes on some of this stuff, not because I'm some Russian propagandist or some big friend of Putin, but history has shown us that when you take a sovereign nation and you push them a certain way, if it goes too far, they will clap back at you. That's what happened with the Japanese and us cutting off their oil supplies.
Yeah. And the other thing is, Los, is that we're running low on artillery for our own military. We've already put pauses on some of the things that Biden promised that we've said, no, we can't. We can't send you, the 355 artillery and some of the air missiles, the air defense missiles. We're saying no to Vladimir Zelensky, going, we can't physically afford to send you this. And I don't mean afford like cut the check. I mean, we have to have it for our own defense. We physically need it for our own defense.
And by the way, we were both in very strong agreement that, getting NATO to start ponying up actual amounts of money is important, and that you're not gone are the days of, well, we sent helmets.
Yeah, right.
Like that is what was going on. Yeah. Well, listen, we don't got a whole lot of stuff. We're going to send you some helmets. Yeah. It's like, okay, that sounds great. Thank you for contributing to a conflict effort. And so, it was a fun conversation to have, and I'm glad that there are people out there that whether you listen or whether you just started listening, that when you check out this show or we have any interaction, you walk away and go, hey, that was pretty cool, because I walked away thinking that was pretty cool.
That's awesome, man. I love that. MAGA has a lot of enemies, I would say. There's people around the world that despise Donald Trump and his Make America Great Again movement, but there's just as many people that love it. And then when you roll in MAHA, the old Make America Healthy Again with RFK, I think the tent, as we've described and talked about so many times, the tent has gotten so big, but that does not leave out people that want to destroy both movements, and one of them is a big, big problem.
Yeah, no surprise here. We knew that Big Pharma and most notably the vaccine industry was going to push back against any proposals or any discussions coming from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And what was going to happen with HHS. That was going to happen, no doubt about it. But here's the fun part. So Jeffrey Tucker ends up putting out a memo that came out from the Biovaccine Policy Steering Committee. And it went through basically, the key highlights of their executive meeting. For instance, it talked about the widespread concern over RFK Jr.'s anti-vaccine stance. Members view him as a direct threat to public health. Great. Okay, that's going to be part of any discussion within Big Pharma. It went on to also point out other potential threats to the industry, which were tariffs, index pricing, or vaccine lack of trust. But now here's where things get really dirty. They then were going about, how do we divide MAHA and MAGA? How do we create enough? How do we reach out to influencers? How do we spend our money to make sure that we are downplaying whether or not anything RFK Jr. is bringing up is legitimate? This is where, and you know what's going to happen, because it's a for-profit industry. This is what it's supposed to be, and this is what it's supposed to do to defend itself. But to see it in writing of what they start bringing up, like Dr. Oz can be a public health voice of reason within the White House. Like, how do we get him on board with us?
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. I think this falls apart because it's so artificial. Just like everything the Democrats do is artificial. Every argument they bring up is just the resistance, and there's nothing that has any substance to it. All those influencers that they paid on social media to tell you how great Kamala Harris was, and nobody fall for that. And I feel like at this point, and maybe I'll be wrong, maybe I'll be proven wrong, but I feel like at this point, people trust RFK Jr. People legitimately listen to what he says. Is he going to be right 100% of the time? No, he's not. Is he going to get things wrong? Yes, he is. But do I believe he has the best interest of the American people at heart? Yes, I do. And that's why I know they're not going to influence me. Maybe they'll influence people that don't keep up as much. But I think this is a failing mission for them.
So this was part of their memo. It had Scott Gottlieb, resident fellow AEI, and his section that he was covering. Part A, MAHA movement is a cover for an anti-vaccine campaign.
Okay.
B, focus attention on the grassroots, the state level. C, very few people in the White House with public health backgrounds. D, will the Trump-RFK Jr. relationship break? And then how do they do it? This was the game. This was how they were talking about to protect their own industry. And I get it. RFK Jr. isn't for everybody. In fact, when I listen to podcasts with him, there's like, when he gets into Wi-Fi, I'm like, dude, I'm not turning off my Wi-Fi at night. I was like, okay, yes, if it gives me brain cancer down the road, okay, you were right, I was wrong. That's just how it's going to be. But when he does bring up that this is something that needs to be looked at because of the explosion that we've had in autism, he's been the primary advocate from a legal perspective on dealing with this for the last 10, 15 years. So why not have him be the primary advocate for looking into this?
Yeah, no, I think it's the right thing to do. I think it's a smart thing to do, and it broadens the tent, as we've discussed so many times. But even going back to the Wi-Fi thing, you and I are not going to turn off our Wi-Fi. Nobody's going to turn off our Wi-Fi or their Wi-Fi. But could it encourage someone to just start looking through it? Is there a better way to use Wi-Fi? Is there a way that you change the way it operates? Because I'm ignorant to why it causes brain cancer, so I can't go into the reasons why.
I'm being hypothetical in that.
Well, no, I know that. I know. Yeah. But what I'm thinking, though, is that him discussing it triggers some smart kid to go, well, I can fix that down at Georgia Tech. I'm serious.
Sounds like a potential problem. I can fix that one.
Yeah, right.
I mean, to think, there was a time when we used to build buildings with asbestos, not knowing that it was a cancer-causing agent. So what do? We found out better stuff to build buildings with.
That's right. And so when he's saying turn it off at night, nobody's going to do it because we rely on it so much. But if it can trigger thought, if it can trigger innovation, that's what America's all about right there.
And if it can cause you, when it comes to dietary issues, with some of the stuff he's bringing up, if it causes you to go, you know what, these seed oils I was planning on cooking with, I'm going to try something a little bit different.
And I've already seen that with my wife. I don't know that she ever even talked about seed oils. And then the other day, we're planning for our trip. She was asking me, she was like, can you pick up, because I just went to Sam's Club over on Mansell, where I saw the dude with the Mustang. Anyway, that's a different story altogether, but that's where it's on. Anyway, she was like, hey, I need you to pick up a couple things, but can you make sure when you look at the spray that we're going to cook the eggs in, can you make sure that's not a seed oil? I mean, it's just the fact that it's on a radar screen.
It's an awareness.
Yes, that's the better way to put it.
And if it causes you to make a subtle change that's not significant, it's not like I'm asking you to give up meat.
Right.
What I'm saying is, why don't we cook with EVOO, extra virgin olive oil, rather than some of these seed oils? These are the sorts of small changes that Maha is bringing about and making people aware of.
You nailed it with awareness. That's exactly right. The fact that my wife doesn't, she's not as dialed in as probably people that listen to the show and listen to the station, or definitely you or I or Jeray, but she's aware enough because it's in the mainstream now. That's the benefit of RFK Jr. When we come back on Extra 106.3, a private U.S. citizen is a target for prosecution by the federal government. Not usually in favor of this, but this guy, I think he deserves it. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
As you know, President Trump was right down here in Collier County, Florida. That was yesterday, the opening of Alligator Alcatraz. Now, I wanted to go out there and have fun screwing around with protesters, but Donna talked me out of it. She runs the show. But oh, the idiocy you saw with those protesters, of course. There's a reservation nearby, so we had the Indian protesters, and their signs said something about sacred land. Question: have you ever seen any project within 100 miles of the nearest Indian that didn't produce screams about sacred land? The media probably didn't show these to you. There were signs about Palestine. There were people wearing their cute little Palestinian scarves. Abolish ICE. Well, of course you saw those. These are people that do not want any controls on illegal immigration. We call them Biden voters. No human is illegal. Oh, how clever. The person isn't illegal. What they did was illegal, but these are protesters. They chant, but they can't think. The local news, known for its absolutely gorgeous female reporters, who certainly weren't hired because of their brain power, they talked about Donald Trump's, quote, anti-immigration agenda. I guess the budget for makeup and hairspray for these newsrooms so great they can't hire an editor to keep their reporters from sounding like idiots. Can we try out anti-illegal immigration agenda? Know this, many of these protesters, not all, were paid. This is their side hustle. They'll be somewhere else next week at another protest, gathering their envelopes full of money. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The Molotov cocktail guy. They've arrested the scumbag Emiliano Garduno Galvez, illegal criminal alien from Mexico, is now being charged with attempted murder. The scumbag was deported, has a prior criminal record, and again, these are the people the liberals are trying to protect.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
We've got all the cards and we're going to use them. I'm Chris Foster. Fox News, President Trump on Truth Social there is pushing House Republicans to pass the so-called One Big Beautiful bill passed by the Senate yesterday with no votes to spare. House Speaker Mike Johnson could hold a vote on final passage today.
This is no longer just a House bill. It's not a Senate bill. It's the bill of the people, of the hardworking American people, and we are going to deliver it.
Republican opposition so far not enough to hold it back.
That Rules Committee debated the bill for about 12 hours last night and will take it up with the full House of Representatives about 9 this morning, and a vote is expected later today. House Speaker Mike Johnson told our own Sean Hannity last night he expects the big beautiful bill to pass. And the just two House Republicans voted against reporting the bill out of the Rules Committee. Ralph Norman and Chip Roy, who have long expressed reservations over this bill that now totals some 940 pages. No Democrats voted to advance it. And, of course, the Republicans can only afford to lose 3 votes if all Democrats vote against it.
It's Fox's Lucas Tomlinson in D.C. There's a settlement worth at least $16 million in President Trump's lawsuit against CBS parent company Paramount over edits to a Kamala Harris interview the president called election interference. A man accused of stabbing 4 University of Idaho students to death in 2022 is expected in court today to change his plea to guilty.
We expect Brian Kohberger will enter guilty pleas to all 4 counts of first-degree murder and that 1 count of felony burglary. He will waive his right to any appeal on these charges moving forward. There will be a sentencing date that will be set likely a month out from now, where he will receive those 4 consecutive life sentences without parole. And this is all to take the death penalty off the table, which his team has been fighting for since it was filed notice of this years ago. We could expect the prosecution to lay out some of the facts that support this, but as far as any details of the crime, we may not be hearing those this afternoon.
Fox's Chanley Painter in Boise. America's listening to Fox News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Search for the Extra 106.3 app wherever you download apps by searching XTRA 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug and Los until 10 on this Wednesday, halfway through the work week. Actually not.
It's almost like it's Thursday. Let's freaking go.
We're like in the, we have now reached the third quarter, late third quarter of an NBA game.
That's right.
So it's a little different this time around.
Yeah, this is golden. I love this short week thing. It's my favorite. Anybody that don't like it, I can't relate to you. It's like saying I don't like dogs. I mean, what's the matter with you? Yeah. So
I have something to share with you. Admittedly, during the breaks, I've been writing topics for Chuck and Chernoff.
Yeah.
I'm doing the sports end later this afternoon.
Yeah, over on our sister station, 680 The Fan.
And I just finished writing. I will admit that I'm the last guy to partake in the party. I was always scared, but now I can't wait for next volleyball season. These On Coffee 2 milligram nicotine pouches are freaking awesome.
Yes, let's go.
One of us.
That's right.
Now, admittedly, and I'm saying this out here, I have not partaken since we left the volleyball court, but it's now turned into, hey, man, when volleyball season comes back around, like, this is going to be fun because this is part of what we like. They don't allow alcohol in the facilities.
Right.
So, and you know, obviously you can go like back to the hotel or anything else and you'd make the walk, but this has like solved this issue for many of it.
How do I get a little buzz going?
So that's what I'm going to bring up as part of the discussion points today. So it won't all be sports.
I think it's awesome, and that's the thing, dude. You and I are so late, and obviously
so late.
I during the weekend with my son and all his buds, the first thing they did when they noticed I had just a bit of a buzz, they're like, "Oh, Tug, hey Tug." They call me Tug for whatever reason. They're like, "Hey Tug, you want one of these things?"
I was going to ask about that. Is it Mr. Coward or it's just Tug to everybody?
Well, sometimes it's Mr. Tug, which is weird, but they do it, and I think it's just because I've known them all since they were 6, you know. So, but the ones that are the most comfortable with me, they're just like, Tug, what's up, buddy? You know, like I belong in the fraternity house.
How's my chicken, Tug? Check on my meat.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So
when are the burgers coming, Tug?
That's right. Yeah, buddy, I'm starving. When are you gonna feed me?
Hey, Los, I've got a question for you related to 4th of July, just because you know you don't do the meat thing, and you're not some PETA guy or anything like that. It's a health choice. Do you replace hot dogs and burgers on the 4th of July with anything that's a little friendlier to your dietary choices?
Yeah, we've done the substitute stuff, but honestly, I'm not a giant fan of there's products that are like breakfast sausages that taste enough like breakfast sausage where I don't think anything emulates a hot dog. Not that I'm a big fan of them. Some things emulate a little bit of sausage. Okay. The burgers are much more accurate. You can find really good burger stuff where you can say, okay, tastes enough like a burger. And quite honestly, I don't care if you're into eating like a beef burger or some sort of fake meat burger. It's really all about the toppings.
Yeah.
Like, do you have like fresh mushrooms or guac or, cheese? Like, whatever it is that you're putting on it, that I think is what makes your burger versus like the cut of the meat.
And it's funny you bring that up, Jure, because Los said the one thing he misses, and like Jure was saying, he just doesn't process, his body doesn't process animal fats, and he learned that and has made the dietary.
5 years ago, learned that this was not going well.
Painfully learned the answer. And I remember when he was going through this, even before he was down here with us, before he was exiled to Xtra Radio. And but he said the thing, and you may appreciate this, Jure, because I love wings. He said the toughest thing has been wings.
Wings.
And
the
that
only
makes
thing
sense to me.
There is no substitute for wings. Everything else, there's something that's viable that'll make you go like, okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I can get used to that. Wings are the only thing. Now, if I was ever to, because I want to reintroduce like some chicken, but I also recognize that like the Mediterranean diet, the idea is fresh fish, fresh chicken.
Love that.
It's hard to find fresh fish, fresh chicken. That's why when we go to Florida, we get fish because it's fresh fish. Well, and that's supposed to be cardiovascularly the best for you.
So downtown Alpharetta, they have these farmers that come in for the the weekends. They'll do the farmers markets or whatever, and we've bought just fresh ground beef, fresh steaks from these folks.
And how different does
dude,
it taste?
It's night and day.
Yes.
And I think most people realize that when you get it from a farm over in Brazelton or somewhere, that it is going. The taste is so much different.
That's what I want to do. I want that from a chicken perspective.
Yeah, and they have those too because they have full cows. And I asked about them. I was like, I want to buy me a freezer and get split a cow with the family or whatever.
Cow, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they're like, well, here's the cost, and it was like almost $2,000, I think. And they said the problem is we're sold out through November. So even if you wanted to get it, you can't, because so many people are trying to do exactly what Los is talking about. Just eat healthier meats that are good for you, especially if you're with some sort of dietary restriction. But yeah, so I think it's going to be a good 4th of July. Los is always coming up with something. He still cooks, ribs for his daughters and all the good stuff on the 4th of July.
I still do. I still handle the turkey for every Thanksgiving, I'll still probably end up smoking some ribs or something like that as for the party that's going to be July 4th in Huntsville, Alabama.
Those are some lucky ducks. I just read this about Donald Trump, and I thought it was Adam Kinzinger, but I realize it's a parody account. But it's funny because some MAGA person didn't realize maybe that it was, and it appears that it's, like I said, from Adam Kinzinger. It says, if Trump sold his own farts in a jar for $100,000, he'd sell them out in 10 minutes. And which is funny enough, and the handle is @MAGASailor, says, I'd buy them because he's the S. I was like, dude, that's so funny that people even put this out there. That, who thinks of that? I would have never in a million years thought to, even with the parody account, to write that or to quote tweet it. You know what I mean? Just the cleverness, the funniness of Twitter. And that's when social media is at its best, if you ask me. Funny. Now, what's not funny is Alejandro Mayorkas. This dude is probably scared S-less. This dude's going, uh-oh, I think I've stepped in it big time, Los.
I really hope he is, because this is a guy who got up in front of Congress, who got up in front of the entirety of this country, and for a multitude of years told you the border is secure, there's not that many illegal aliens, it's not what you hear about, it's not true. And then he would play games with Congress. Once the video images of thousands of people pouring across our border were showing up, well, then you had the Biden administration say, well, let's make sure they enter through a port of entry, a legal port of entry. And so the flow would just change. And now they would say, well, there's not that many really coming in. What they weren't telling you is we're processing them as quickly as possible to come in. That's what they were doing. So take a listen. This is Donald Trump yesterday. He's asked about Mayorkas, a guy, in my opinion, who enabled an invasion of the country. It's treasonous, okay? It's awful. Take a listen to what Donald Trump had to say about him as a private citizen.
Why hasn't he been arrested yet? Obviously you guys are cleaning up the mess that was made deliberately for the past 4 years, and so people want accountability. It's great to see that the border is secured, and it's great to see the state level cooperation. But I guess I would ask you, why hasn't he been held accountable, or anybody really?
Well, pardons were given out by to many people, and they shouldn't have been given out. Like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs was given a pardon because they destroyed all of the information from 2 years of hearings. And they should be arrested, but they were given pardons. Was he given a pardon, Mayorkas? Was he not?
I don't believe so.
Well, I'd take a look at that one, because what he did is it's beyond incompetence. Something had to be done. Now, with that being said, he took orders from other people, and he was really doing the orders. And you could say he was very loyal to them, because it must have been very hard for him to stand up and sit up and talk about what he allowed to happen to this country and be serious about it. So he was given orders. If he wasn't given a pardon, I could see looking at that. In fact, why don't you take a look at it, Kristen? Yeah. He was impeached, but it was just a fake impeachment. It was a fake impeachment. Why don't you take a look at it? I think he was so bad. They were all so bad. Look, it was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some bad ones, but he was the worst president. But somebody told Mayorkas to do that, and he followed orders, but that doesn't necessarily hold him harmless. So take a look at it.
All right, first off, when he says to take a look at it, all right, this normally sends my alarm bells off. Like, hold on a second, we shouldn't be looking for the federal government to prosecute an individual, and this is this is a bad idea. The problem is, as I said, what Mayorkas did was treasonous.
Yeah, it was.
It was long-term damage to the country that is going to cause not just an effect in terms of billions of dollars, but this will have an effect on human lives. When we think about, what we dealt here with Laken Riley, that was preventable. That shouldn't have ever happened. And there's going to be thousands of stories like that because this administration, led by Mayorkas doing this, allowed for millions of people, a large amount of them who had criminal backgrounds, to come here.
And when you think about it, because Donald Trump said, well, he was taking orders. But which I'm sure is correct. I don't doubt that at all.
But so we're Nazis.
Exactly, dude. You beat me to the punch.
Sorry.
But that's exactly right. And then on top of that, if he didn't believe in it, if you know that this is detrimental and you believe this is horrible for this country, you would have been like, I'm stepping down. I can't. I don't believe in this. And maybe you wouldn't have broadcast why you're stepping down, but you would step down because you're not going to let an invasion happen in this country unless you believed in it too.
That's one of the things that, to compare, obviously the Holocaust and 1930s, 1940s Nazi Germany versus letting people into the country. I'm saying these are not apples to apples. It's not apples to oranges, like apples to football. Okay, like it's not the same. But the guy who created this program, when it came to the final solution, was Adolf Eichmann. And to this dying day, when he was hung by Israel, he was like, I was just following orders.
Mm-hmm.
I was just doing what I was told. I was just following through. I was just the one who, like, sir, you came up with this stuff. This is what occurred. I was just following order. That's going to be the exact same thing we're going to get from Alejandro Mayorkas.
But the rebuttal will be, then why didn't you step down?
If you knew it was wrong, why did you partake?
And why didn't you say something? Why didn't you say, this is wrong? Maybe you're brave. Maybe you're bold and don't just step down and you just go in front of a camera and say, this is wrong.
We have whistleblower protections within the federal government for a reason.
That's right. Don't give me the I was following orders crap. That is such nonsense. It's just like in the military. If you're given an order that you know is unconstitutional, you are able to say no. It's the only time that you're able to turn down a lawful order because you're saying it is not lawful. That's the reason I'm not doing it.
Anything that is unlawful or immoral, if you find it in either one of those grounds, you can refuse a direct order and you will not face any sort of significant court martial. Or if you do, you get to have your day in court to say it was unlawful or immoral.
And here's why I chose not to do it. And look, you'll be given the opportunity to speak up. Alejandro Mayorkas believed in all of it. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew what the administration was trying to accomplish. We heard from billionaire donor Antonio Gracias the other day talking about the sickness of this human trafficking that happened because of the open border policies, which is the reason he stopped donating the way he did, because he said, I can't believe what they were doing. And then throw in the fact that they were giving Social Security cards and Social Security numbers. He said they set everything to zero so anybody that asked could get it, whether they were legal or not. And he said, I cannot abide by this. This is something that I find just awful, the amount of human trafficking and child sex trafficking because of an open border. Alejandro Mayorkas, that's at your feet, pal. You deserve to be prosecuted. There's no doubt in my mind. That's
all right, Tug. If you say so, I'm like, okay, because I do feel weird about the idea of going after now a private American citizen, but I also feel like he deserves it.
He does. He absolutely does. And who else is there to do it? Who else has the jurisdiction to do it?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Texas. I guess at a state level, maybe Texas. I don't know where Alejandro lives these days, but I don't know that they would even have the jurisdiction to. And maybe I'm wrong. We need
I guess here's my question to you, Tug, and you as a former man in the Navy, as a former sailor. You would have maybe a better idea of and it's not a military tribunal, but there's got to be something from a federal level that he violated by these treasonous acts to the United States as far as United States security.
Yeah, there has to be something. It'd be no different if somebody was selling state secrets and they knew that they were doing it wrong and it's damaging to the country. They would be held accountable. Matter of fact, you had in the last couple of days, we had 2 Chinese nationals that were arrested for trying to recruit people in the military to steal secrets and share it with the Chinese. We never really got to the story, but you're starting to see that develop. They've been arrested. They even got aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, the aircraft carrier. On it, they just signed up for a regular tour that anybody can, but their whole point when the FBI was looking at them. Their whole point was to get on that ship so they could recruit someone to do harm to the United States. It's no different than Alejandro Mayorkas. He was doing harm to the United States. So you're right, there has to be something. And the federal government, at least in my limited knowledge of law, we need, like a Phil Holloway or somebody to come on and explain it to us maybe a little more in detail. But there has to be some outlet where when you do damage to the United States the way Alejandro Mayorkas did damage to the country, that he can be prosecuted. It has to. That's the pound of flesh that we deserve as Americans, Los.
So we did this discussion point yesterday, and it's been in the news about the loss of brain power that is occurring in society because of the use of AI.
Right.
As I am going over to Grok and saying possible charges against Alejandro Mayorkas.
Okay.
I myself am going, well, I can look into this, or I can go ask AI, what is there possibly that they could have on him now past impeachment charges in 2024? So if I do get like a decent hit on something, then I'm going to bring it up and pass it off as my own idea.
Well, that's fine with me. Nobody else thought to look it up.
Okay, here we go. Recent allegations of treason. Again, I was calling it treason because it's freaking treason to allow 20 million undocumented immigrants into the United States.
Courts of law. I just did a quick search of tribunal for elected officials, and it starts, of course, with impeachment. But he's not in the government anymore, so you got to figure out where to go from there.
All right, there might be a misuse of FEMA funds. For funds to support undocumented immigrants, and also treason for border policies.
Okay, then there's federal tribunals for federal government, for the federal government of the United States.
I was right with tribunal. I was like, I can't imagine it for a private citizen, but okay.
Yeah, federal tribunals are tribunals established by the federal government of the United States for the purpose of resolving disputes involving or arising under federal law, including questions about constitutionality of laws. So I don't know. But we need to get somebody smarter than me to figure this out.
Well, somewhere.
It shouldn't be that hard.
Somebody out there heard this segment and they were like, guys, it's tribunals.
Yeah, right.
And here are the crimes, and here's what he did. And so I'm glad we got there eventually. Thank you, Help Grok.
Yeah, right.
But no, I think we all realize there is something.
Something has to happen.
That occurred, and something has to happen for this travesty that happened to this country.
And think about it, because now they're saying Fauci, maybe he's going to be held responsible. Can you imagine? I mean, if they're figuring out a way, knowing that he's got a pardon, if they're still figuring out a way, there's a way to get Alejandro Mayorkas for flooding the country, and his whole "I was just following orders" defense falls apart. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hours, brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts, 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. We owe Elon Musk a debt of gratitude, but I'm on Team Scott Bessent in this fight. Next on Extra.
Our entire family at Extra 106.3 and Dickey Broadcasting extend a special thanks to every man and woman who've served to protect the freedom of this great nation. Celebrate responsibly this weekend, and happy Independence Day from all of us at Extra.
Gentlemen, listen up. When it's not hard, it's really hard. Did you know that 50% of men over 50 have some form of ED? It's true, and I'm one of them. ED followed me everywhere. Heck, even my initials are ED. I'm Dr. Eric Deal from Total Body Therapy of Georgia, and I know ED. It can lead to feelings of embarrassment, stress, and sadness. But there's good news. I can fix it. I fixed mine, and I can fix yours too. At Total Body Therapy of Georgia, we are experts in the P-shot, testosterone replacement, regenerative therapy, Trimix to create an erection, and more. Guys, ED won't get better on its own, but I can help you today. Call us at 404-777-1911. That's 404-777-1911, or learn about us more online at tbtofga.com. So take it from me, ED, Dr. Eric Deal at Total Body Therapy of Georgia. Call 404-777-1911 or online at tbtofga.com.
Hey, it's a Kimmer. Okay, you're driving along. Suddenly you hear that horrible sound of metal and crunching. It's an accident. Even if it's a little minor fender bender, man, that could be a nightmare. First, obviously, take care of yourself. But before you make a deal with an insurance company or anybody else, call David Van Sant with Van Sant Law. You know why? Because he used to work for the insurance company, so he knows how to get the right settlement and right away. Van Sant Law. Don't forget, if you don't get paid, they don't get paid. Protecting your interests. Insurance is great, but it's complicated. 855-GA-INJURY or vansantlaw.com.
My name is Patrick, and I'm the Military Outreach Manager at the Warrior Alliance. I served in the U.S. Army as an airborne ranger and deployed to several combat zones in support of the global war on terror. Veterans bring excellence through our work ethic, skills, and civic duty. However, transitioning to civilian life can be difficult, as we all share a loss of purpose when leaving the military. Returning veterans have earned and deserve our support so they can thrive on their journey home. The Warrior Alliance understands the challenge and is helping warriors navigate to success after service. Join us in changing thousands of lives for the better. Donate today at thewarrioralliance.org.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Principal Consultant, PSO, Cloud Scale positions offered by Manhattan Associates, Inc. in Atlanta, Georgia. Assist in the management of a single software system integration project to include overall success of an implementation from inception to installation, including managing project scope, design, deliverables, issue escalation, and resolution. Up to 50% domestic and international travel required. Employee reports to office in Atlanta, Georgia. Position may work from home in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. If interested, please apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
After endless coverage of tedious congressional time wasting, President Trump's big, beautiful bill finally passed the Senate in an all-night session. Still has to be reconciled with the House. Now, if opponents had gotten one more vote, Lisa Murkowski, for example, hates this bill, then it would have failed. Meanwhile, Elon Musk said that he's going to pour money into defeating anybody who voted for it, and at the same time says he wants to start a third party because there's no difference, he says, between the Republicans and the Democrats. So Trump retaliated, saying it was all about the electric vehicle mandate, which has been there from the beginning. And perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look at Elon's subsidies. Big money to be saved. May have to head back to South Africa. This is called counterpunching. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Georgia Public Service Commission finalized a 3-year rate freeze for Georgia Power on Tuesday. The commission celebrated being able to offer stable rates to Georgians after rates have increased the past 3 years. The proposal from Georgia Power to recoup damage costs related to Hurricane Helene is also on hold. If you missed the fireball meteorite that thousands of Georgians saw light up the sky last week, you'll be able to get an up-close view of it soon. The Tellus Science Museum in Cartersville is acquiring a piece of the meteorite that landed in Henry County. The new specimen should be on display later this summer. And good news, if you love breakfast any time of the day, Waffle House has done away with the 50-cent egg surcharge on all menu items that include eggs. The extra fee was initially added in February in reaction to an egg shortage due to a bird flu outbreak. Today's weather. A mix of clouds and sunshine today with the possibility of some scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. Temperatures starting out in the low 70s and possibly reaching 90 degrees. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. Call them today, get a maintenance agreement, and they'll donate $10 from each agreement for your home or your business or both to Skyland Trail, helping folks that are dealing with mental health issues. They are getting expert and evidence-based treatment, and $10 of every agreement goes to Skyland Trail. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com. I love Elon Musk. I think he's brilliant. I think what he does is amazing. What he's able to do with his companies is amazing. What he did with Twitter when he bought Twitter and changed it to X is amazing. And it literally saved America. I sounded like Neil Bortz there. I said literally. Neil's gonna be ready to call me up and be like, "You're not supposed to say that."
You did.
Yeah, I know. I did. He physically saved America is what he did when he opened up X for genuine conversation, genuine debate. It wasn't censoring anymore. So we owe Elon Musk a debt of gratitude. Everybody knows that. Everybody agrees with that.
I appreciate the hell out of that man.
Me too, dude. Me too. And what he's bringing up isn't wrong. The deficit is a major, major, major issue. But when it comes to the economy, I got to tell you, man, I'm on Team Besant here. And this is exactly what he's, that you've talked about. And he kind of summarizes it in this next cut we'll play in a few seconds, is that this bill is an investment, Los. That's what he brings up. Listen to this.
Elon Musk says this. It's obvious with this insane spending bill, increases the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. We live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people. And he's probably going to start one if this passes. What's your reaction? You guys famously tangled in the White House.
I admire Elon's leadership on rockets. I will take care of the finances.
So do you feel as though he says the $5 trillion added to the deficit? You don't agree?
I don't agree at all. Let me tell you why. Because this bill will set off growth like we've never seen before. The CBO projections only project 1.8% per year growth, which is substantially below what we saw in President Trump's first term. And I think we are going to see big acceleration here. And once you see the growth trajectory change to an upward bias, the bill more than pays for itself. We could be in surplus.
And Los, he basically said what you said earlier this morning. This bill is an investment in America.
It has to be. It has to be. You have to spend money to make money. You're basically trying to change the trajectory of the growth rate with the GDP, because if you don't do this, we can cut every single thing that Elon Musk suggests. We can go through everything with Doge, and by all means, those are all important.
They're great.
But shutting down USAID is important. These are all important. But unless we create massive growth back to like a 3 to 4% level, then we will be chewed up by our entitlement programs no matter what.
Yeah, and those aren't going anywhere, as we've discussed so many times. The defense spending isn't going anywhere. The entitlement programs like you're talking about, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, they're not going anywhere. They're not going to be touched. Buddy Carter been on the show telling us they don't even want us talking about it because it's a losing issue. Every time anybody brings it up, they lose.
I think if you asked Elon Musk, if you asked him, all right, Elon, if you could cut anything, if you change anything, what would you change? And again, he's a brilliant guy. I'm not downplaying anything about him. What I'm pointing out is that Elon would probably go, just the way his mind works, to the most important issue, which would be Social Security.
It's so clear.
And that's the problem, because the minute he brings that up, that is now damaging to everything within MAGA.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to get done. It's a fool's errand is pretty much it, because everybody expects that Social Security is still going to be there for them because they've been promised that forever. I used an example earlier this morning about a kid getting ice cream. You said, we're going to get it later. We're going to get it later. And then later never comes. And they're still asking. And you're like, well, we'll get it tomorrow. It just continues. The lie continues to be pushed down the street, or the can kicked down the street.
Yeah, and I think we've talked about it, like the hard and fast rules of what you should bring up when it came to abortion. My point during the entire run-up to the election was just say it's the law of the land and we're leaving it to the states. And sure enough, Donald Trump said exactly that. I was like, perfect.
Smart way to
what you should just, deflect. You don't want to be on the record on it because people will make decisions on voting based strictly on that. Right. In the same way of Social Security, there's a reason that why for 40 years the Democrats have told you the Republicans are going to take away your Social Security because of two reasons. One, they'd like to. They never would. Two, they're the only party that would ever consider actually fixing it because the Democrats won't do it. But they'll never touch it. They'll never talk about it. They'll never say anything about it because they know it loses elections.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. And then when you look at the big, beautiful bill, too, Donald Trump ran on securing the border, which he has done a marvelous job of basically stopping people from coming across the border now. And the LA Times is saying, $150 billion is what Donald Trump is allotting to make sure your border stays secure. Because if we can't afford to keep people out, if we can't afford to pay the ICE agents or the CBP agents or to make sure that we modernize our sensors on the border, then we're just wasting our time.
I'm laughing, Tug, in this background here as you're talking about this because it just hit me. I remember the stories of what was happening in 2021, 2022. I thought, how different. The Biden administration used to release numbers of apprehensions. But here was the deal. They were apprehensions to then hand them a slip of paper and tell them, go ahead, go on into the country. They would be apprehended. Like, we apprehended 2,000 people at the border today. That meant that they then processed them and turn loose 2,000 into your country. For now, I think it's 3 straight or 2 straight months, the Trump administration has an apprehensions list and a list of those who've been released into the country. The number's 0.
Yeah, they're not fooling around. And it's just like arrest versus deportations. You hear that we've arrested 100,000, yet that's not how many that's been deported. And Donald Trump is well aware of it. He wants it to be 3,000 a day. And if you go through the numbers of how many people have been let in the country and you go on what we've done up in this till this point, it's 250 years to get everybody out. That's why it's so important that the BBB gets passed. So because he said, this is what I'm going to do, and this is what he's done, and now he's going to codify it into law to make sure he's able to do it.
Well, this is going to be the shot at the 2026 elections. If this goes down, and it remains to be seen if it gets back through the House. We'll have to see how it plays today. I'm sure they're going to be whipping a ton of votes and calling everybody and telling you, here's what we'll do, or here's what we'll take care of, or here's how we'll threaten you. One way or another, this is going to happen all day today, and then we'll find out which way the wind's blowing. But if it gets through, then it's going to be, in my opinion, what dictates all of the 2026 election. Sure. Because if it works, it helps the Republicans tremendously. If it doesn't, it does hurt.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, it's going to take a minute, right? If this, anything you put into law, it takes time to ramp up.
Yes, but consider this, Tug. When you had the Inflation Reduction Act, all right? Like I'm using the finger quotes because I'm back over in the home studio and you're back in the main studio. We'll be together tomorrow.
Yeah.
The Inflation Reduction Act, which we all knew was the Green New Deal, but that's what they called it. When it didn't change inflation and inflation remained high, I believe that's a huge part why the popular vote in 7 swing states had no interest in voting for Kamala Harris.
Yes, that's right.
Because your landmark legislation essentially was just a green bill. It had nothing to do with helping everyday Americans.
But they were able to campaign on it during the midterms, remember? Because they did okay during the midterms. So we thought there was going to be this gigantic red wave, and there wasn't. You picked up a couple seats here and there, but they were able to still campaign on it. Look what we've done, look what we've done. It wasn't until the 4 years that nothing happened. And that's why I'm saying with this, you can still say, even at the midterms, we're working, we're implementing. This is going to continue to be beneficial to the United States of America, just like the Democrats did in the midterm with that terrible green bill. So it's just going to take. It's not going to hit the ground and go into effect and work immediately.
Well, the markets, I believe. I think we'll see it with the markets.
Oh, yeah. And
because of the
another
tax
one,
certainty. Yes.
Another one is the bond markets, watching what they do, right? Because they're going to be like, it will be important to see what the bond markets do and how that affects.
Yeah, I think we'll see the immediate effect in the markets because we will have certainty as far as tax code certainty.
Sure.
But then, like I said, how the rest of this plays out is a matter of you're making an investment, and that investment better hit. But if I got enough people within this administration, I would like to think this administration has some pretty sharp people. Scott Bessent being obviously one of them.
Yeah.
Whenever he goes on, Face the Nation, and he just drags the host by saying, you keep saying this, but maybe you should leave it to me.
Yeah, Kristen, Welker's got no chance.
I think that I have to defer and say I'm not going to question him either right now because every single time anybody does, he drags them.
Every stinking time. And the other thing, you got the Washington Post talking about how 17 million people are going to be losing their health insurance because of the bill. It's just not the case. The CBO, which I want to point out, 80% of the people that are at the CBO are Democrats. So they're not going to do anything they can to help this.
Everyone I know who works there is a Democrat.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. So they give you all these crazy numbers. 17 million are going to lose their insurance when you realize that it's 1.4 million illegal aliens that should be taken off. Then 4.8 million when it comes to people that won't qualify because they won't get off their backside. That's the thing that Americans are going to look at and go, I don't care. If they're not willing to work for 20 hours or volunteer for 20 hours, go to school for 20 hours, do something productive, then I can't help them. They're not willing to help themselves. And this doesn't count anybody that has children or has some sort of disability. These are just able-bodied people that should be working.
That is the area. This is people that are not dealing with a disability, whether that be mental or otherwise. People that have had, traumatic brain injuries or anything else, they qualify under a disabled list, or they've had some catastrophic injury while working, they qualify under a disabled list. These are the able-bodied Americans who won't do anything.
Just won't do nothing.
And as I brought up earlier in the show, this idea of putting stipulations on to bills for help and having to have conditions of being able-bodied, that started with the Democrats in the 90s for welfare. You had to be out looking for work in order to draw welfare.
Dude, where's that Democrat Party?
That's long gone.
They scatter like dust in the wind.
Long
gone.
Singing
Kansas songs. Dust in the wind, because that doesn't exist anymore.
That was a Clinton-era stipulation when it came to reforming welfare, that you had to be actively looking for a job in order to receive welfare benefits.
Dude, it's unreal that anybody would have a problem with that. If you're going to work this morning, call me and explain why you have a problem with that, because I don't. I think you should. I think there should be encouragement to get off your tail. Don't just sit around and thumb through social media all day. Get off your butt and at least try. Dude, if you try, most people will be sympathetic. When you don't try at all, nobody is.
Well, can I compare this to a pack of Ons?
A pack of what?
The little nicotine pouches.
Oh, yeah, the Allens. I forget, because I'm used to Zen. Sorry.
Right,
yes,
okay.
Allens.
Well, say I'll go with Zen. That's more recognizable to people. So there's a difference right now with me. When I get out to a volleyball court, I'm like, you better hand me one of them pouches.
You better give me one.
This is what I'm doing.
Don't
I was
you
like,
be stingy.
so what that is, that's right. I'm like, I need this right now. This is going to help me get through this time period. I'm not like Jerry, where it's a lifestyle.
Right.
Okay. Now here's what I'm
saving your points, man.
That's right. But here's what I'm saying. The difference is when it comes to Medicaid, it's not supposed to be a lifestyle. That's when it comes to these people. It's supposed to be the helping hand for the moment to get you through. And so then, as an able-bodied person, you go find the help, the support, the medical care you need. It is supposed to be the volleyball Zen, not the everyday Zen. Now, I ain't knocking Jerry. I'm just saying that
it's just a different lifestyle.
That they're using it as a lifestyle.
That's right. And dude, I can't imagine how lazy you have to be like, nah, I'm just not going to do that. Nah, I'm willing to lose the safety net of health insurance because I'm too lazy to get off the couch. I don't think people can relate to that. Not people that work every day and that are actually paying for it. They can't relate to that. They are so sick and tired of taking care of people that they're not responsible for. That's why there was such a backlash with the whole, we're going to pay off these college debts. I didn't go to college. You went to college. I'm a 3-time dropout. Why do I got to pay for yours?
Why do I got to pay for yours? What are we doing here?
Dude, it just...
I paid for all mine.
It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. When you look at it and you go, get off your butt, dude.
You need to get them a pouch. Get them fired up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look, get them.
John Daly says nicotine plus caffeine equals protein.
I'm not sure that's right. I'm not sure John Daly's correct on that one.
It's working for him.
I know it is. Yes, yeah, he's done all right. When we come back, Trump is praising one governor that he's not always gotten along with. Next on the Morning Extra.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan, and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Atlanta Braves were shut out at home last night by the Los Angeles Angels. 4-0 the final, but do not put it on Braves pitcher Grant Holmes. He was outstanding, throwing 6 scoreless innings. The Braves and Angels will get back after it again tonight. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear the game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the association, one of the biggest mistake contracts in league history has now been resolved as the Milwaukee Bucks have waived guard Damian Lillard. The 7-time All-Star tore his Achilles to end his season and his Bucks tenure. He's still owed $113 million on his contract. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, this is John Flading from ATL Turfco. We're a family-owned and operated independent local company here in the Atlanta area. We've been in business for over 15 years. We install several different types of artificial grass. One is landscape, which looks like real grass for your lawn. The next one is pet turf. Pet turf is a little bit shorter than landscape, and it's more durable. And the other one is putting greens. If you can dream it, we can build it. Just go to atlturfco.com to schedule an appointment.
Hi, I'm Chris Lalamia, owner of the Trusted Toolbox. Are home repairs piling up? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Relax. We've got you covered. From drywall dings and leaky faucets to deck repairs and trim replacement, we're your one-stop shop for everything for your home needs. No more juggling multiple contractors. Just call us at the Trusted Toolbox and we'll handle it. Your home deserves the best, and we don't want you breaking your back trying. Call the Trusted Toolbox today at 770-623-3097 or visit us at thetrustedtoolbox.com. The Trusted Toolbox, your one-stop shop for home repairs and more.
Senior Manager, Software Engineering, R&D, scope positions offered by Manhattan Associates, Inc. in Atlanta, Georgia. Senior Manager responsible for managing through multiple cross-functional teams. Position reports to Atlanta, Georgia office. Company offers flexible work from home schedule, but in-office work is required, and individual must live within commuting distance of stated office. Please apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
Securing America. During a conversation Tuesday with the Mitchell Institute for Aerospace Studies, Space Force Colonel Robert Davis discussed the issue of remote sensing and what it's used for.
It's something that's been around since really the first applications of space to the military domain, right? Missile warning, weather.
But he says the challenge of remote sensing is growing as technology advances.
What we don't have is architecture that's responsive to the emerging threats.
Threats such as advanced hypersonic missiles. But the colonel says that, believe it or not, even for the Space Force, sometimes the best place to protect the country against new technology is from the ground.
The closer you are to that energy source that we're trying to detect, the easier it is to see that energy source.
Colonel Davis adding that another challenge for the Space Force is integrating AI into the ability to sense threats.
How do I dive deeper in that data, and then how do I apply that data?
He says a good example is the expanding AI capabilities of personal devices such as cell phones. Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. From Kyiv to Congress. Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink, recently announced her campaign for Congress in Michigan. She's running as a Democrat in a battleground seat now held by freshman Republican Tom Barrett. Brink served in Kyiv from 2022 until she stepped down in April. In a campaign announcement video, Brink focused heavily on her role supporting Ukraine and combating Russian President Vladimir Putin. Brink said she stepped down from her position in April after President Trump shifted U.S. policy to ramp up pressure on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky while softening the stance toward Russia. Barrett narrowly flipped the battleground district in 2024. The seat is one of the most competitive in the country, augmented by the fact that it's in a swing state like Michigan. Democratic Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin held the seat in the House before heading to the Senate and winning narrowly there. Brink is expected to face some competition in the primary. Prior to serving in Ukraine, Brink grew up near Lansing, Michigan. She previously worked at the State Department since 1996. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
The Democrats want the federal government to stop arresting illegal criminals. Criminals who are here illegally.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Tug and Los until 10 on the Morning Xtra. Democrats spend $20 million trying to speak with American men. They called it the Sam Project, and Los and I could have told them how to do it. They wouldn't listen to us, but we could have told them easily, and we'd have saved them, I don't know, $15 million, we could have split the 5. I don't know.
I mean, we tried. We both said, I'm available for $1 million, $1.5 million.
Easily. Could fix this easily. But Donald Trump is the ultimate dude. And that's the reason he speaks to American men. And it was yesterday that I saw it in action, that Donald Trump became the ultimate dude again on display. Because he is not afraid to come at you. He's not afraid. I mean, knives out. He will come at you like he's going at, he and Elon have gone back and forth.
Like a spider monkey.
Like a dadgum spider monkey, Dre. And he's gone back and forth with Ron DeSantis over the years. But like a dude, once you get it out of your system, man, you remember in like 8th grade or 10th grade, whatever, somebody would get in a fight, the boys get in a fight. By the end of the day, they're cool again. It was fine. They just worked it out. That's what dudes do. And Ron DeSantis, now that he and Donald Trump are working together on Alligator Alcatraz, Donald Trump was praising DeSantis just like a dude that got in a fight, and by the end of the day, they were getting along again.
It's been just a beautiful, beautiful partnership. So, Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You're my friend, and you'll always be my friend. And we may have some skirmishes even in the future. I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just we have blood that seems to match pretty well. We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it, very much appreciate it.
I love the fact that he was like, yeah, we probably won't fight anymore. We fought before, but we probably won't do that again.
So this is not your doing, Tug, or my doing, and Jerry definitely was not the one who was involved in this. Ron DeSantis was leading all the polling until the Democrats decided to indict Donald Trump.
Yep.
He was leading across the board. Once it became a witch hunt, once they actually targeted him with lawfare, that's when everything exploded.
Yeah.
We didn't do any of that.
Democrats.
You had so many people. I mean, I remember we would have one person who would email us all the time about Ron DeSantis. You can't win without Ron DeSantis. And my entire point was very simple. Let's wait and see. Ron DeSantis was going to be the person I believed was going to be the nominee. And then to see how everything turned and to see the Democrats fueled the fire. It was not us. It wasn't like we were out in them streets like, oh, can't wait to root for this person. The Democrats are the ones that did it.
And Ron DeSantis would have been fine. I got no problem with Ron DeSantis. I really like Ron DeSantis. And when I think about the future of the conservative movement and the Republican Party with J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis and all the people that are in the cabinet right now, the future is so bright. But I can't help but go back because Trump and him would spar, dude. They would go at each other.
Ron DeSanctimonious.
Yes, exactly. I'd forgotten about that.
But remember, DeSantis is doing this because he's the leader. Like, he's the one who's sitting at, I think at the time it was like 35, 38%, and Trump is only at about 26%. And then as soon as we started to see, and the mugshot helped, obviously, here in Fulton County. But all of that is what sent his numbers shooting like a rocket ship, where it just became very clear there was no reason to debate anybody or to try. It's like, I'm the winner. I'm going to win.
And he did. He sat out all those debates, and he would live tweet during those debates, which was quite funny. And but it's good to see that those guys have buried the hatchet a little bit. But here's the other thing. At some point, they may come at odds again. And just like with Elon right now, Trump and him are changing barbs a little bit. Even though they like each other, remember, Trump had him before Elon left Doge altogether, had him in there, gave him some sort of certificate. I don't know if it got him free barbecue wings or I don't have a clue what it got him. But it said thank you, for doing what you did with with Doge rather. And then the next day, the next couple days, the big, beautiful bill debate started. Then they started exchanging barbs. And then they buried the hatchet for a minute, and now they're back at it. I'm just telling you, he's the ultimate dude. That's why dudes respond to Donald Trump, in my opinion, because he acts like a dude. He fights he does not hold back anything. He fights like he wants to win. And then when the fight is over, and at the end of the school day and the bell rings, you get it out of your system, and you're back up and running, and everybody's friends again. That's why Democrats will never be able to talk to dudes, because they don't live like that.
Yeah, they'll never be able to understand that mentality. This is how we go about things.
That's right. We fight to the death. And then at the end of the day, we pick it back up. And women don't fight like that. Women, man, they hold grudges.
No, women hold grudges. That is the party of grudges. That is the party of the cat lady who, well, she wronged me.
That's right.
A decade ago. And I hope she dies.
And I never will forgive her. And I've had so many women tell me that that's the truth. So don't hit me with y'all are being sexist because I don't believe it is. I'm just observing. I'm not part of it. I have no skin in the game. I'm just telling you what I've seen over the years and what I continue to see out of Donald Trump is that he is
there's a reason why there's the term hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. All right? It's like, you wrong a woman. She's going to hold it for a long time.
Real good memory.
That's right.
Real good memory.
Yeah. Dudes have forgotten by the end of the day. Ladies just don't forget. So it's fun to see. And back to the point about the future of the Republican Party. Because Donald Trump's not running for a third term. I know he jokes about it, and I know he loves to, just put the fuel on the fire to make the Democrats just go crazy about it. But that's the thing with Ron DeSantis that I think you have to take into consideration. J.D. Vance is the heir apparent, right? He's the vice president. It makes sense that he would hand the torch off to J.D. Vance. But that don't mean Ron DeSantis is going to let it just happen. He's not because I think he has presidential aspirations. That's the reason he was running in the primary. That probably has not gone anywhere. And he is doing things like Alligator Alcatraz. He's doing the Second Amendment tax-free weekend like it's a school tax-free weekend. Dude, those are blood red things to do to get people on your side.
I'll just point this out and just kind of let it simmer. Donald Trump is 79 years old.
Yep.
All right? Very active 79-year-old. Here's what should scare the hell out of the left. Ron DeSantis may not have an opportunity for years down the line. He's 46.
He got plenty of time. He's got so much time.
He's 46 years old.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. What if it's J.D. Vance, Ron DeSantis as the VP, and then he becomes the heir apparent?
J.D. Vance is 40 years old.
Yeah. Dude, there is so much bright future for conservatives and for people that love America, people that genuinely embrace the fact that America is a wonderful place.
If this was J.D. Vance, Ron DeSantis,
dude, can you imagine the meltdown?
Look out.
You've not seen a meltdown like you're going to see.
Make America Florida.
Yeah, right. That's all right. But all the things that they did to Donald Trump because they said he was Hitler and he's all these things. And he's the worst of the worst. At least that's the way they presented it. Wait till they actually get two strong conservatives like they've not experienced before. Because, Los, you've pointed it out many times. Donald Trump is pretty moderate on everything.
He's pretty moderate. He is not a hardcore conservative. If you went through, obviously, it's different when you're in the House and the Senate because they score you accordingly. Mm-hmm. You will find that when it comes to their policies, Ron DeSantis, J.D. Vance are considerably more conservative than anything Donald Trump is doing.
Can you imagine the hissy fits they'll throw and the mainstream media's behavior and the things that they'll edit and the things that they'll take out and the things that they'll do? I mean, Donald Trump just got, what was that, the Paramount sum that he got for suing Paramount? I know he wanted like
$16 million.
$16 million.
Yeah.
And all that is going to go to his presidential library and all that, which has to just burn like the devil, knowing that they're paying for part of his presidential library. But that's the thing. If they're willing to do that to Donald Trump, they're willing to sacrifice their integrity. What will they do when it's strong conservatives? You've seen nothing. The mugshot is nothing compared to what they'll do or try to do. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug and Los. Jeray's along with us every morning here on Extra 106.3. You can find me at Tug Cowart, Front Office Los, at Front Office Los. And for Jeray, at Whiskey Click, of course, at Extra 106.3. When we come back, final hours of the show, Elon is going to primary Trump's allies, but the data shows it won't matter much. Next on Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
As you know, President Trump was right down here in Collier County, Florida. That was yesterday, the opening of Alligator Alcatraz. Now, I wanted to go out there and have fun screwing around with protesters, but Donna talked me out of it. She runs the show. But oh, the idiocy you saw with those protesters. Of course, there's a reservation nearby, so we had the Indian protesters, and their signs said something about sacred land. Question: have you ever seen any project within 100 miles of the nearest Indian that didn't produce screams about sacred land? The media probably didn't show these to you. There were signs about Palestine. There were people wearing their cute little Palestinian scarves. Abolish ICE. Well, of course you saw those. These are people that do not want any controls on illegal immigration. We call them Biden voters. No human is illegal. Oh, how clever. The person isn't illegal. What they did was illegal, but these are protesters. They chant, but they can't think. The local news, known for its absolutely gorgeous female reporters, who certainly weren't hired because of their brain power, they talked about Donald Trump's, quote, anti-immigration agenda. I guess the budget for makeup and hairspray for these newsrooms so great they can't hire an editor to keep their reporters from sounding like idiots. Can we try out anti-illegal immigration agenda? Know this, many of these protesters, not all, were paid. This is their side hustle. They'll be somewhere else next week at another protest, gathering their envelopes full of money. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute. A surprise plea deal out of Idaho. Brian Koberger reportedly accepting a plea deal in the quadruple homicide of 4 University of Idaho students, according to a letter that prosecutors sent to relatives of the victims. Under the proposed agreement, Koberger would plead guilty to all charges, face 4 consecutive life sentences, and waive all rights to appeal. His trial had been scheduled to begin August 11th. Koberger was accused of killing Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, Madison Mogan, and Ethan Chapin in their off-campus home in Moscow, Idaho in 2022, after police linked him to the crime using DNA from a knife sheath and cell phone pings. 2 other roommates survived the attack. In their letter to the families, prosecutors wrote the plea deal was, quote, our sincere attempt to seek justice. Kaylee Gonsalves' family responded on Facebook to the plea, writing they were beyond furious at the state of Idaho for the unexpected deal, contending the state had, quote, failed us. There's more on the story at foxnews.com or subscribe to the Fox True Crime Podcast. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
The Democrats want the federal government to stop arresting illegal criminals. Criminals who are here illegally.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. This is WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. Locally owned and heard throughout Georgia on the Extra app.
4 no's would kill it. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bills back in the House with very little room for defections. With no support from Democrats, a final vote could happen today.
So now the Senate has sent their version of the bill. It's very heavily edited to the House. We're expecting them to begin deliberating. Speaker Mike Johnson and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise say that they're optimistic about this, but Johnson admits that the Senate changed a lot more than he anticipated.
85 to 90% of this bill is the House-generated product. The Senate made some modifications to it. They made it more conservative in some places and moderated it a little bit in others.
The newly amended bill has fiscal watchdogs like Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget warning this bill adds $5.5 trillion to the national debt.
It's Fox business correspondent Kelly Saberi on Capitol Hill. Elon Musk, in a post on X, calls President Trump's comments about him wrong and disappointing. The president says Musk opposes the tax and spending bill because it ends electric vehicle subsidies. Musk says no, it's about the added debt. There's a response from Ukraine to a U.S. decision to stop delivery of some military aid.
Ukraine is warning the United States that any slowdown in the flow of weapons would only make Russia more confident. The Ukrainian Foreign Ministry says while they are grateful for American support, any delay would only encourage the aggressor to continue the war. The Pentagon has halted some shipments of air defense missiles and other munitions because of concerns that stockpiles were too low. Russia has intensified air assaults in recent weeks. The Kremlin today saying the fewer weapons that are delivered, the sooner the conflict will end. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Court's back in session at the Sean Diddy Combs sex trial in New York City, with jurors resuming deliberations on the most serious racketeering conspiracy charge. They say they've reached verdicts on the other 4 charges. We do not know what those verdicts are. America's listening to Fox News.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Does your friend listen to an old station whose news gives them the blues? Set your friend right. Tell him to download the Extra 106.3 app.
Can you imagine the alarm that the left has and the mainstream media has with all the victories, all the W's that Donald Trump is lining up? Think about how furious, how unhinged they feel today. I mean, all the W's, they just keep, I mean, they're like a waterfall of wins, Los.
Do you ever think to themselves or to yourself how weird it must be? You're rooting for him to either get his bill today or not get his bill. Now, if you're rooting for him and you're saying like, well, I hope he gets his bill because Elon's right and it'll wreck everything, well, then you're rooting for that. Otherwise, you're rooting for Elon to be right so that it's better for Trump. Like, that's the weird pretzel that they're in now.
Yeah, no doubt.
And, but it's a weird scenario.
It so is. But they're just seething. Think about Alligator Alcatraz. What a win that is. And the fact that Ron DeSantis is like, yeah, we're going to deputize some of these JAG officers.
But it's a concentration camp.
Oh, I know. With air conditioning. It's the only one with air conditioning I've ever seen or even heard of, as a matter of fact. I got to tell you, I was a little disappointed that it had air conditioning.
That it was that nice? It was that comfortable?
It should be hot as Hades. It shouldn't be comfortable. It should be. I mean, the worst of the worst are going there.
But it is 1,000 people packed into a place. Well, yeah.
Good.
That's how it works.
That's right. We don't want you to be comfortable. We want you to want to go home. And we're hoping to be able to deputize these JAG officers. That way, when you go down there, You go through the court system. They find you guilty or not guilty, and then you either go home or I assume you're released. Or whatever happens to you. But something tells me the people that they've got down there won't get released because they have so much evidence on it. That's the reason I'm sending them there. But they're going to rotate through people, man, better than a Hilton. I mean, every weekend it's going to be a new crop of people.
If it's 3,000 a day, and that's the goal, as you pointed out earlier in the show, 3,000 a day ends up working out to getting more than 1 million over the course of a year out of the country, which changes the math entirely, Tug. Just as you pointed out, it would take, if we were looking to go by the normal standards of what had been going on, how long it takes to process, how long it takes to send people out, we were looking at 200 years.
Yeah, it was never going to happen. It was never, and which was what the Democrats had banked on.
And if we have more red states get involved in this sort of action, let's just say if you added 3 more of these facilities around the country, we would have this issue under control by the time we got to just past the midterms.
Dude, I bet Greg Abbott in Texas is just pissed that he wasn't first. You know what I mean? Like, he's working on his plan.
We don't really have alligator air. Like, we would have to have, like snake country or something.
I know that, but I'm saying like a plan for a facility like that. He is in the planning phases right now going, I can't believe I let
the Rattlesnake Ranch.
Yeah, exactly. I can't believe I let DeSantis get me to this or beat me to this. So he's figuring out his own place. I don't know about Tennessee or Georgia or any of those, but if you get, you're so right. If you get a couple more of these red states, dude, you're going to start churning out numbers. And it takes a whole lot to get to the level that Donald Trump wants to get to, that he was elected to do. So we'll see how it shakes out. But that's just another victory.
But I think about, like, if there was this facility in Georgia, there would be people around here that would hold their nose up at it. They would be like, oh, we can't do that. Oh, that just seems like it's cruel. This is the part I love about Florida. They don't give a rat's ass what you think.
They actually revel in the fact. They love the fact that you don't like it.
Yeah.
Like, they're completely content with pissing you off as bad as they possibly can, wearing jean shorts.
I mean, this is a state where you have sheriff's departments that are like, please shoot them on sight. If they break into your house, please shoot them so we don't have to deal with them later.
And then the governor says, if you're you're traveling down the road and some protester jumps in front of the car or they start hitting on the windows, hit the gas. It's on them. Run their ass over. I'm telling you, it's next. Florida's next level. It's blood reddest.
So how do I find, like, 3 other states that we can have these facilities in? That's the challenge now.
And then how quickly they put it up, dude.
Like, I got to get Mark Wayne Mullins on this thing to be like, dude, come on, rally your area, dude.
He seems like the right guy. He seems like the right guy to help figure it all out. But yeah, if we can get a couple of them, and like I said, with the efficiency that Ron DeSantis did to get it put up and running is remarkable. And and the fact that it's in the middle of nowhere, it was already a facility that was going to be used for something else. They already had the airstrip, everything. It's almost like it was it was just perfect to do what they've done.
It was meant to be.
That's right. It's just meant to be. And it worked out so brilliantly. But when you think about all the wins that Donald Trump is racking up, just like the big, beautiful bill getting passed in the Senate. Now granted, you had I think 3 opt-outs, and J.D. Vance had to go down there and be the deciding factor. Good. That's okay. That's what he's there for. It worked out exactly the way it was supposed to.
Elections have consequences.
Yes, they do. And so you got that victory. You got Alligator Alcatraz. You get everything. The economy. The fact that the economy is booming like it is. The economy is roaring like it is. A small one that you brought up earlier, and Dre had in headlines, the fact that the 50-cent surtax off eggs.
What matters to me?
Dude, the W's keep rolling in. Did y'all? I think I sent y'all a picture of this yesterday when I was filling up at the gas pump.
Yeah.
And remember the old Bidens? I did this when gas prices were through the roof and none of us could afford to fill our cars up. Now they're exact opposite. You're pointing, and it's Donald Trump. I did this, pointing at the low gas prices. Another victory. They just keep racking up.
It's a fun time. Now, the win could come out of the sales in the House of Representatives over the next couple of days. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out. But if you just want to talk about the economic conditions, I think that we're right now, for lack of a better term, and to credit Elon Musk, we're on the launching pad. Like, I think this thing is ready to take off, but it needs some help. And it needs market conditions to be correct. We need tax certainty. We need to start seeing our interest rates fall. I think everything is ready to be rip-roaring right back to 2016, 2017, 2018, when we saw some of the greatest economic years that we've seen in this country since the Reagan era. But it needs to get done in the House. And again, I'm not crazy about spending a ton of money.
No, I know.
What I am okay with is if you're telling me from people that are very sharp that these are largely investments in America, that this is what we're doing to create some different scenarios that are going to help moving forward, then I'm going to believe you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Absolutely. Because what's the alternative? To depend on the Democrats when you need to fund the government?
To think about taking ICE. And ICE's budget and the amount of spending they receive is supposed to be right around $2 billion a year. And the projections have been anywhere from 12 to 14 to as much as $40 billion, depending on how much they grow or what they decide to do. Okay, you're saying, wow, you just took their budget from $2 million to, let's just say, $20 billion, okay? If ICE is working that much faster, that much harder to get illegals out, then the illegals are not a drain on our state funds.
That's right.
That's how you're spending money to save money.
That's right. And that's what the BBB says. It says, because there was that kerfuffle about not taking out the money that funds Medicare for illegals. And then ultimately it did end up in the Senate version, and it passes it right to the states. If y'all want to cover this, Y'all go ahead. We're just not going to do it. Yep. And that's another step in the right direction. But, Elon Musk is not thrilled by this, and I have nothing but respect for Elon. I know where he's coming from because I don't like the spending either. Los just said he doesn't like the spending either. But if it's an investment and you think that you can make the economy grow to the point where you're going to be able to afford and then start cutting back, I understand what he's saying. But Elon doesn't matter. He said he's going to primary any Republican that starts that votes for this. And I say to Elon, you better watch out for what you ask for, because Donald Trump has a really good record of endorsing people that have supported him. And I mean, to a 95% election clip. This is Harry Enton from CNN talking about this thing.
You do not want to go against Donald Trump because the Republican base is with Donald Trump. And it's not just the polling. We actually have the data to show that the Republican base is with Donald Trump. The times Trump endorsees won the GOP primary for governor and congressional races. Look at this. 2024, 96%. 2022, 95%. 2020, 98%. The bottom line is this. 95% plus of the time the Trump endorsed candidate wins in GOP primaries. And even in the cases where Donald Trump endorses a challenger to an incumbent, the majority of the time, that challenger wins. So Donald Trump is a winner in Republican primaries. You go against Donald Trump, to quote the movie Good Burger, you go in the grinder. Donald Trump is the key nugget. His endorsement is the key nugget in a GOP primary because he's historically, strongly popular with the GOP base.
And that's why, Los, Elon Musk, he can make the threats, and I'm not mad at him about it. I just don't know that it matters ultimately.
Well, Elon, and I appreciate it because this was useful when it came to dealing with the Senate.
Sure.
Because Elon was looking over there going, well, if y'all want to get on board, listen, we'll primary you. And in some of these areas, especially like in the House, in certain areas of the country, you need about $2 million. Mm-hmm. When it comes to the Senate, it might be as much as like $20 or $50 million. So having a guy like Elon is extremely helpful. Mm-hmm. This is where we're going to find out how invested Elon Musk is in politics. Because he was invested in helping get some of our spending under control. He started looking
at fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah,
fraud, waste, and abuse. Remember, it wasn't like he was run out of the government. He was on a special pass where he got 60 days to run Doge. This was part of it. He got his 6 months to run Doge.
Yeah.
This is what it was set up to be. So now that he is, still a friend of the administration, but he gets to be a critic of it, I don't have a problem with that.
Me either. That's what I said. I'm not mad at him at all.
But is he really going to get in with his dollars to try and affect change? That's that next level, because now we're starting to get into an area. He's gotten to be in an area where he has been largely, and whether it's been in California, a supporter of the left, but not like he's ever been really active politically. Now, you start to make enemies with this stuff.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. I'm not mad at him for doing it, just like you're not.
It's his right.
It's his right to do whatever you want to do. I just don't know how successful you're going to be, and I believe that the big beautiful bill. There's some things in there I don't like, but I understand what Donald Trump's trying to do, and I support him because I trust the fact that he loves this country just the way I do, and he's going to do everything he can to salvage it. And every action he's taken, Los, has been an example of that. There's not one point where I was like, oh, man, I don't know. He's doing this to the detriment of the country intentionally. I've never seen that.
Everything has been in the interest from a nationalist perspective. Everything that has gone on over the 6 months has been, will this help the country?
That's right.
Is this going to be a big factor? Now, one of the things that we've seen on the other side, it's not as if the Democrats don't have people that do love the country. It's just a smaller amount. We had the polling from Gallup where only 36% said that they were proud to be Americans, that they looked at themselves as, hey, I'm very proud of being here.
So gross.
So the weird part is that the ones that do, they still have as like this world view that, well, sometimes America has to make sacrifices for the rest of the world, for the good of the rest of the world.
Mm-mm.
Donald Trump's the guy who says, no, we don't.
Yeah, and I'm behind him. No, we don't.
That's the difference.
I agree with him, and I'm just not willing to. We did it for so long, and we've done it for so long. I believe our days of doing that need to be over. I'm not saying you can't assist in anything, but when it comes to full scale, we're putting everything we've got into something that benefits another country or another continent. Count me out. And I think most people are sick and tired of it. That's why Donald Trump won the way he did.
We had an interesting conversation yesterday. I was pointing out, a new friend of mine, guy who's going to be doing some work in the house. One of the things we talked about was America's feeling towards forever wars.
Yeah.
And, he had brought up Afghanistan, and what I told him was, listen, Afghanistan had overwhelming support because of the attacks of 9/11 coming out of Afghanistan, training camps and everything else. What happened in Iraq, it didn't take very long. We were like a year in before people were like, what are we doing here? Like, what is going on? That soured so much of America on being involved in nation building and everything else in the modern era. It just did. It's what it turned into. And so, nowadays, everything's come back to, I don't want to be involved in crazy places. I want to do what's very best for this country. And as long as you're somebody who consistently looks like they're delivering just for the country, I think that's a winning scenario
message,
given where society is now.
Absolutely is. My mom always said, charity starts at home. Let's take care of the things we need to take care of at home. And then when we get that buttoned up, when we take care of everything that needs to be done, and we got a lot that needs to be done, then maybe we can lend a hand somewhere else. But until then, we have to focus on the things at home, and that includes, Los, the census. I love the fact that Donald Trump was like, yeah, maybe we should take a look at that.
So I don't know how the legality of all this will work. Obviously, the census is one of the things that is part of our federal system, that every 10 years we go back through it and we figure out, okay, who's here, and that's the assignment of power. Well, take a listen. This is during that press conference with Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis. And DeSantis starts bringing up some very fine points. What he's saying is there's so many people that are moving to Florida. We had the exodus during the time periods of COVID. And he starts talking about, if we were to relook into doing the census and getting it cleaned up, think about the power shift that would occur. Take a listen to what Ron DeSantis had to say about this.
How many Americans with proof of citizenship are in our area, in our country, redistricting some of the House districts? Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll speak for both of us. We love it. Okay, give it like this one. I know all about it. We want to bring our elections back. The election in 2020 was rigged, millions and millions of votes. It had to do with COVID and a lot of things, but it really had to do with the crooked people. The Democrats are very good at cheating on elections. And that's why I said too big to rig. They tried this one too. But after about 9:02, they gave up too many votes. Too big to rig. Ron would love it. I would love it. Christie would love it. That's what they have to do. They have to bring it back. And we have to look. Ron, they include anybody that happens to be in your state.
Well, California would lose like 5 seats if they did a fair census. And even beyond that, the Biden census gypped Florida of at least 1 seat. We only got 1 seat in the last census. Are you trying to tell me that Florida only had 1 seat in that? We should have had at least 2. Texas should have had another one. That could be the difference in the House of Representatives and the majority. So I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. We'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned. I've got so many more millions of people in Florida that have representation because of that flawed census.
Mr. President, I think it's going to do very well. A lot of people, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's captivated the country. Everybody wants it. It's going to get in. It's going to pass.
Absolutely right, dude. It does my heart a world of good just to hear them talking about it.
That they're so openly discussing something where the Democrats thought, man, we won the fight on this one.
Yeah.
When they're like, no, the fight's not done. No, get ready. The fight's not done.
And I love it, dude. And I think most people do. How many times have we talked about this very thing on this show for 4 years? We always talked about how they were using people, not citizens, to change the dynamic, to change the way the country looks, to influence the representation from states. Ron DeSantis even mentioned it there. California should have lost representatives. Florida should have gained representatives. It was the game plan, and the fact that they're willing to talk about it, I think, speaks to all of these Americans that voted for Donald Trump, hoping he would be the change maker that it looks like he is being today.
Tug, I would like to imagine that when the Biden administration collected up the auto pen and grabbed everything out of their offices and started heading out the door, they thought, job well done. Look what we set up. We're going to reap the benefits in 2030. We did a really good job with what we did. What they didn't expect was alligator Alcatraz, birthright citizenship.
Yep.
They didn't expect Donald Trump to be going this hard at him, talking about redoing censuses. They didn't expect any of this stuff because why would anybody be so crazy as to do it?
Well,
because it's in the best interest of the country, and they could never imagine that.
And they know that the Republicans in the past, they've not done anything.
They won't. They won't get out there like that. They won't do that stuff.
They're gonna.
It's like we did our job. We brought in 10 million future voters. We flooded the country with all of these problems. They're gonna have kids. We have made sure to have power for the remainder of the next 50 years. And then Donald Trump said, hold my beer.
That's right. I am done with all this. And look, it may not happen. You know what I mean? Maybe because you brought it up earlier, legally. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's something that prevents it from happening. The fact that they're talking about it, the fact that they're willing to explore it is something that the Republicans have never, ever even considered. They were never brave enough. They never had the courage. All of a sudden, Donald Trump's like, well, you got to remember, I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman. I've got the courage. I'm brave enough. I don't have to run again. I've got nothing to lose and everything to win for the country. I love it. And I hope it comes to fruition. We'll have to wait and see. Using a Los line, we'll have to wait and see whether it does or not. But the fact that they're talking about the same things that we've been talking about for 4 years on the Morning Extra does my heart a world of good. 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution since 1999. 8779 Southern, southernexteriors.co. The level of apology one university took to save itself from Donald Trump is mind-blowing. Next on Extra.
Stream Atlanta's only conservative voice anywhere you go with the Extra 106.3 app. Now equipped with Apple CarPlay. That means you'll always have Extra's crystal clear HD stream right on your dashboard no matter where you are. Download the all-new Extra 106.3 app now and start streaming.
Knowledge is power. Coach Pete's local trusted advisor, Craig Chandler of Chandler Wealth Management, knows that. And Coach Pete knows the importance of making sure you understand your retirement plan.
Education is the key to many things in life, including retirement. Retirement is a very, very important time, so we've set aside time on our calendar to meet with listeners. We discuss your immediate concerns, your needs for retirement, your wants, your desires. From there, we give you some clarity surrounding one of the most vital aspects of your financial life through a free strategic planning session or second planning review. And let's make sure you're still on that track you need to be on. This includes a fee analysis where we identify financial termites, that's too much risk, fees, and commissions, and a personalized and comprehensive report of your current situation, as well as a long-term financial retirement and income plan to help you not only reach your goals, but surpass your goals and have fun all the way through retirement.
800-419-6164. 800-419-6164. 800-419-6164.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Principal Consultant, PSO, Omnifunctional OLM positions offered by Manhattan Associates, Inc. in Atlanta, Georgia. Work closely with cross-function teams including sales, R&D, product development, and related. Position reports to Atlanta, Georgia office. Telecommuting permitted in accordance with company policy, but must live within commuting distance of stated office. If interested, please apply online at www.manh.com/about-us/careers.
It's July 2nd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is National Anisette Day. For fans of black jelly beans or black licorice, you're already familiar with the flavor of the anise herb. A favorite mixer in drinks ranging from coffee to alcohol, anisette is extremely popular in countries like Spain, Portugal, Italy, and France. One warning, however, it's never a smart idea to drink straight anise. Its high alcohol content can be very irritating to the throat. Also on this date in 1962, Sam Walton opened the first Walmart in Rogers, Arkansas. In 1964, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts into law. And in 1979, the Susan B. Anthony dollar coin was issued. It will be the first U.S. coin to honor a woman. If it's your birthday today, you share it with the first African-American to sit on the Supreme Court, Thurgood Marshall, born in 1908, and the king of NASCAR, Richard Petty, born in 1937. I'm Tushar Saxena, and that's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
The stories that matter to you. These are your Georgia headlines.
Here are your Georgia headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Georgia Public Service Commission finalized a 3-year rate freeze for Georgia Power on Tuesday. The commission celebrated being able to offer stable rates to Georgians after rates have increased the past 3 years. The proposal from Georgia Power to recoup damage costs related to Hurricane Helene is also on hold. If you missed the fireball meteorite that thousands of Georgians saw light up the sky last week, you'll be able to get an up-close view of it soon. The Tellus Science Museum in Cartersville is acquiring a piece of the meteorite that landed in Henry County. The new specimen should be on display later this summer. And good news, if you love breakfast any time of the day, Waffle House has done away with the 50-cent egg surcharge on all menu items that include eggs. The extra fee was initially added in February in reaction to an egg shortage due to a bird flu outbreak. Today's weather: a mix of clouds and sunshine today with the possibility of some scattered thunderstorms this afternoon. Temperatures starting out in the low 70s and possibly reaching 90 degrees. With your headlines, I'm Jerry Payne for Extra 106.3.
With it being the 4th of July, this weekend, it got me to thinking because I just walked out of the studio, Los, and there's cornhole set up out there. Dude, we got a huge cornhole tournament every year. We always do it every year at my in-laws' house, and it's so much fun. Everybody gets out there and tosses bags, and even the kids. Like, that's, for me, that's kind of, along with, because we talked about food earlier, what you cook and what you don't, and, the things that you eat on the 4th of July. Playing horseshoes or ladder ball or tossing bags, man, that's just as important to me on the 4th of July as anything. Do y'all subscribe to that? Are y'all into that stuff with your family?
We're a little bit more extreme than the cowards of Alpharetta.
Okay.
So Friday morning we'll roll around, and my father-in-law will begin setting up the field. And the field is kiddie pools. There's a small one at first base, and a small one at second, and a small one at third, and a large one at home. And the slip and slide comes out, and it is slip and slide kickball, but you have to have a beer in your hand.
Dude, that's amazing. I've never even considered this.
It's fortunately this year. There's no way my wife can take part in it. Her sciatic nerve is way too wearing her out. And my older daughter still has her walking boot. She'll be out of it in like 10 days. So I actually feel decent about them being out of it because we have volleyball tryouts coming out. And I'm like, and every year I hold my breath the entire time. I'm like, oh my God, what if they get hurt? What if they get hurt? What if they get hurt? This year, at least I don't have to worry about it as much. It'll be fine. But yes, we play kickball with kiddie pools on slip and slides.
Dude, that sounds like something you see on social media that doesn't seem real.
It's ridiculous.
Which is amazing. That's the beauty of it. Dude, you want to talk about something that is red, white, and blue waving? That's it.
That's very Florida man of us. In this case, it's Alabama man. My father-in-law, he spares no expense when it comes to setting up his course for that day.
Dude, I love that about your father-in-law. And y'all are going to be in Huntsville, right?
Yeah, we'll be in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, Jeray, where are you spending 4th?
I will be in Ranger, Georgia, up at a cabin this weekend. Kind of the opposite of everybody. just to go sit up on top of a mountain. And I was looking to see, because Carter's Lake is right there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man.
Dude, that's because I grew up going to Carter's Lake.
We'd be right there on the water. We'd get a great... They banned fireworks outright. So it would be a quiet weekend.
Why did they ban fireworks outright?
The locals don't like it.
Okay. Well, good enough. It's their community. They do whatever
Well,
they
they're
want
going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, good luck. Good luck getting nobody
Might
to
get over to Blue Ridge.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. I love it.
Go see the parade.
It's funny you bring up fireworks because we're just going to be here in town. We're just laying low. We're going to do, cookout, like I said, some tossing bags and that sort of thing here at town. We're not going anywhere. But since you brought up fireworks, I saw a post of Angelo Morabito's. I don't know if you saw that this morning, where it was back about, 5 years ago, I think. And it was 5 years ago, Los Angeles banned fireworks and closed beaches. This is how that went. And I mean, dude, it is fireworks.
That drone footage?
Yes,
So
dude.
cool.
And they are everywhere. It looks like AI. There's so many fireworks going off after the government says, no, you can't do that. You better be inside your house, because of COVID.
That was, 4 months into COVID? Yeah. That was, people were ready to let loose.
Dude, they were like, no, thank you. Yeah, Angela, always pulling good ones.
I know it's bad, but one thing that I love to watch are when those fireworks factories or the fireworks stores catch on fire.
And they just blow up for hours.
It is just...
Yeah.
It is. Or there was one... This is probably 15 years ago. There was a big fireworks display, a big official one, and somebody hit the wrong button or wired something up wrong. Everything went off at once. It only lasted about 60 seconds.
But, man, it was glorious.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I give you all the hot take on this thing?
Sure.
So I think all parades are gay.
Yeah, all right. That's fair. Yeah, I agree with you there. Parades, whatever.
Firework displays are awesome.
Yes. Amen.
Okay, like if you told me hey, do you want to go to a parade? I'm like no, never. You want to go to a fireworks show?
Yes,
Hell yeah.
yes,
Where's
I
the
do.
beer? Let's do this.
That's right. But I don't think that's out of the ordinary. You think that's out of the ordinary?
No, I think there's certain people that really enjoy parades.
Okay, well, I don't know any.
I think you can take a kid to a parade, like the military parade up in Washington, D.C. You got a tank rolling down. That's cool.
Yeah.
Kids love the fire trucks. Kids love to see all that stuff.
Yeah.
Grown adults, I don't know.
So when you have the tank rolling down the street, you know what I'm doing? I'm sitting there, I'm like, super gay.
Gay tank.
That's a big old tank.
But if it shot fireworks in the air, I'd be like,
I'm back.
I love it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Because my wife, she grew up in New York, so she loves watching at Thanksgiving time, the Macy's Day Parade. Dude, I would rather hold my head under the water. For an hour. Just kill me now.
Go sit in a cold tub for 30 minutes.
Yeah. I would rather just hold my head under the water until I'm unconscious so I don't have to watch it. Because I'm with you, dude. Parades, that's not my thing. I've never been into it, never liked it.
Fireworks shows, though, I'm on board.
And dude, those new drone shows that look like fireworks are unbelievable. Like, who coordinates that? Those people are freaking amazing, whoever's coming up with how to do that. I don't know how they do it. And probably never figured out, but I sure like it. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. The level of apology from UPenn to Donald Trump to save their federal funding was unbelievable. It was more than just, hey, we're sorry we did it wrong. Dude, they're sending handwritten letters of apology to every woman that faced a man and lost, like Riley Gaines. The fact that Riley Gaines is going to get a handwritten letter from UPenn saying we were wrong and now we recognize it is so gratifying. I don't know that I ever expected this kind of thing to happen, Los.
It only took the better part of 4 or 5 years to get around to this point. And I had to think back. You talked about the video of Gavin Newsom's California when they're like, stay inside, no fireworks, and everybody let loose. There was a weird moment that happened in this country during 2020 and 2021. Like, do you remember we used to have phone lines that were given out by states to report your neighbors if they were having a party?
Dude, how... so
if they had
disgusting.
too many people.
So disgusting.
There was a phone number that was given out in various states where if there was too many people at your Thanksgiving dinner, they would call the police on you.
Yeah.
That we saw people that were apprehended sitting on beaches in California or on paddleboards out there by themselves. Like, this place went collectively nuts to the point where between George Floyd and COVID, anything went if the left said it did. So, for instance, if you were a man who was clearly a man, who was still built like a man, who still had junk like a man, said, I want to be a woman and swim, Nobody would say a word.
And they're afraid to. They're afraid
They were
to say
afraid
it.
to. I brought up as part of this when I was writing about this stuff. Do you remember what happened to Jake Fromm 5 years ago?
Oh, my gosh. No, I really don't.
Jake Fromm was on a text message with some friends of his.
Oh, yes, I do now that you said it. Yep.
And he talked about, because now he was going to sign a pro contract and he was going to go to training camp, and they joked around about how he was going to be able to afford different stuff. And one of it was about a firearm. Like he was talking about, I want to get this hunting rifle. And his whole point was, because that's what elite white people do, is they purchase guns. Okay. One of the people on the thread was like, well, that's racist. You're not allowed to say that. It was just another crazy white lady who decided, I'm going to report my friend, a guy that I know.
It was his friend, yes. That was wasn't it like his sister's best friend or something?
It was something like, I'm going to report my sister's best friend because he said that elite white people buy guns. People went freaking nuts. So to see what's going on now, where I hope all those people now go, man, did I act like that? Because I didn't. I wasn't the tyrant. I was out trying to kill grandmas and stuff because I didn't change anything in my life. But to think that it's taken 4 to 5 years for even UPenn to go, that madness of that entire situation, okay, we recognize it was madness. Even if it takes Title IX and the threats of enforcing Title IX against them to recognize they were crazy, I'm glad they're at least doing something about it.
I'm just glad that they have to.
Yes.
Because if there wasn't the threat of taking that money, they wouldn't. They don't. I don't believe that they feel the way that their apology says, and I don't care that they don't feel that way. The fact that they had to do it is hysterical because they've rubbed it in your face for so long, saying there's nothing you can do about it. You will accept it. You will go along with this because we're smarter than you, we're better than you, we're richer than you. Everything applies, and now they're writing handwritten apology letters.
And here's how wrong they were. Now, what do you often get from the trans community? The trans community wants you to acknowledge that they are people that are going through a scenario and they just want acknowledgement for it. Mm-hmm. That's the heart of the trans community. Somebody who feels this way, I just want you to acknowledge that that's who I am. Can you please call me by my preferred name? That's the trans community. UPenn did it so wrong that in the end they're removing all records that there ever was a Leah Thomas that swam there.
Goodness gracious, dude. Never in a million years would I have thought this was going to happen. Yeah, restore all female records and places inappropriately taken by men. Apologize in writing to the impacted female swimmers. Adopt biology-based definitions of male and female. It is a university, after all. That one's probably not the one that they should be made to do. That one's the one that's so common sense it's ridiculous. But then prevent all males from female sports and female-only spaces like locker rooms. Why wouldn't you be protecting females? Those last two it's absurd that they have to be made to do that. The apology letter, I understand they need to be. Restoring the records, I'm glad it's happening. I wouldn't even have thought they would have done it. But those last two, dude, protect women in their own spaces, their own bathrooms. Why is that even a problem to begin with?
Because for a period of time, the world went so nuts that a man with a giant dong in a swimsuit could say he was a woman and beat women in sports. The world went so crazy that for a short time, we had men boxing as women in the Olympics beating up on women.
Dude, it's unreal.
The world went nuts for a time, and we have been part of. Remember when we first really got Morning Xtra going, and we talked about your place for sanity?
Yeah.
In 2020, 2021, we were like, this is your place for sanity.
Yeah, we had those things running all the time.
It was in short supply.
Yeah, it was. But, dude, does UPenn not have a biology department? I feel certain they do. I mean, the fact that they need to adopt biology-based definitions of males and females, that should embarrass them to no end that their biology department is so wrong or so politically misguided that they don't even pay attention to biology in the biology department. That's unreal. That's a university. People are paying to go there.
They actually rejected science.
Right. Follow the science crowd rejected science resoundingly. So much so they had to almost lose their federal funding to come back to their senses. That's unbelievable and amazing, and another Trump victory. If you're tired of winning, call us up and we'll try to talk him out of it. Maybe we'll try to tell, hey, don't win so much. I don't think we can handle it anymore.
Why don't you scale back the winning?
That's right. Said no one ever. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. It's Tug and Los until 10. When we come back, Trump visited the Gator jail, saying one SOB wanted to put him in a similar pen. Next on Extra 106.3 as we wrap up the show.
The latest sports news, powered by 680 The Fan and driven to extra listeners by RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs, Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964.
Good morning. Here are your sports headlines for Wednesday, July 2nd. The Atlanta Braves were shut out at home last night by the Los Angeles Angels. 4-0 the final, but do not put it on Braves pitcher Grant Holmes. He was outstanding, throwing 6 scoreless innings. The Braves and Angels will get back after it again tonight. First pitch is set for 7:15. You can hear the game live on our sister station's brand new app, 680 The Fan. From the association, one of the biggest mistake contracts in league history has now been resolved as the Milwaukee Bucks have waived guard Damian Lillard. The 7-time All-Star tore his Achilles to end his season and his Bucks tenure. He's still owed $113 million on his contract. With your sports headlines, I'm Carlos Medina.
Hey, this is Matt from East Cobb. We basically bought our house from our in-laws. It was my wife's childhood home. One of the issues that we've had when we first moved in was our dog in our backyard. It was extremely shaded, could never grow grass back there. We resodded it twice. So ATL Turf Co. did an amazing job with our backyard transformation. They basically created a miniature golf hole. We have a miniature fairway. We also have a miniature little putting green. Consists of about 4 holes, total about 40 yards, so you can definitely work on your short game and your putting. After that transformation that ATL Turf Co. did for us, my father-in-law came and saw his house the way it looked after the fact of we had a putting green and a miniature golf course. Sure enough, he did the same thing with ATL Turf Co. He has a beautiful backyard, wonderful stonework, drainage, and a beautiful practice area for chipping and putting. Check him out online at atlturfco.com.
Thinking about buying a firearm for home defense or personal safety but don't know where to start? Start with True Prep. We're a family-owned store focused on education, safety, and community. Join True Prep's Firearm Fundamentals Workshop on July 13th to learn about the purchasing process, gun safety, selecting the right gun, and more. No pressure, no intimidation, just real help from real people. Our expert instructors create a relaxed, hands-on experience tailored for beginners. Visit trueprep.com at truprep.com to sign up for this workshop today.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's July 4th sale is on now. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Fox on Tech.
The artificial doctor will see you now. The AI industry has been making inroads with the medical profession, aiding doctors with chart keeping and, yes, billing. But Microsoft now says it has artificial intelligence diagnosing patients' ailments and illnesses and doing so faster than real flesh and blood physicians. They call it Microsoft AI Diagnostic Orchestrator. And when given cases from the New England Journal of Medicine, it correctly diagnosed those cases 4 times as fast than a group of experienced medical professionals. While you might not be ready to ask an AI why something hurts or for a prescription refill, but in their blog, Microsoft says AI medical diagnostics could lead to less expensive and more accessible health care when AI is used as a tool by medical professionals to help serve patients, but not to ever be a replacement for human physicians. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
America had and has cancer. The cancer of big government. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, they are the chemotherapy that is going to kill this cancer.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. Since we've been talking about alligator Alcatraz, I wanted to play you this little soundbite from Donald Trump because think about it. They wanted to pin him up. 34 felonies. They had everything going in the direction. Donald Trump was done for. He was going down, and the Democrats just knew it. They had him where they wanted him, and then they gave him that mug shot, and the wheels fell off the bus from that point moving forward, and it fell off the bus hard to all of the 34 felonies just going away. The cases are suspended indefinitely. But that got brought up a little bit. Donald Trump hasn't forgotten about it. Be sure of that. And when he was talking about alligator Alcatraz, when he was visiting down there yesterday or day before yesterday, he had this to say. Listen to this.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here, to be honest.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here, that son of a...
He's keeping receipts.
Yes, he is. Let me tell you, the only person that keeps more receipts than front office Lowe's is Donald Trump. That's exactly right. Lowe's can pull up receipts from, 5 years ago, at least, maybe more. I don't want to shortchange you if it's more than that. But Donald Trump, he does not forget. And when he cusses, I don't know why it's so funny, but it's funny. But maybe it's because the office of the president, you don't expect it. When he dropped the F-bomb the other day, people's hair was blown back. We played that thing a dozen times, at least, if I'm not mistaken, when Jeray would just fire it off. It was so good. But yeah, and then with him, dropping the SOB yesterday, but he's not wrong. They wanted to pin him up. 34 felonies. They thought they had him, Los. They thought they just knew.
They don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, yes. They had him pinned up. He was done for until he wasn't.
At the very least, they firmly believed that the old rules of politics would apply to him. That as long as you had somebody investigated, that was the end of their career. And then, can we get him convicted? Because that'll be the end. It was not even close.
We can call him a felon. That's going to change.
We'll be able to call him a felon.
That's going to change the dynamic. They thought that was going to change the dynamic of the election. If we could just call him a felon, that's going to work. And then when that didn't work, they're like, if we could just get the mugshot. If we could just get that mugshot, that'll do it. And then it didn't do it. It did the exact opposite.
To me, it's the changing landscape of the media.
Which they're so behind on still.
Which they still have not been able to catch up to it. But it used to be, call him a felon on CBS News all night, NBC, and we'll win the election. There is a limited amount of people. And normally it's the boomer age group. It's 65 plus, so it's watching that stuff. What you now have is within, because we took part in all this. We watched all of this stuff in real time. We got the mugshot. We got to see the crowds that were lining up on the street. We got to see everything that was going on around the country when it came to this stuff. I mean, even the shooting in Butler We were talking about it 90 seconds after it happened. We're texting each other, like back and forth. Media's changed so much that the old way of doing things and eliminating your competition will not work any longer.
Nope. Because people have other outlets like X. To Elon Musk's credit, you can go there and see every side of the argument.
Or go to YouTube, or go to Twitch, or go. I mean, there's go to Rumble. There's so many places where you get stuff that is unfiltered, and at the very least, the bias is either right in front of you or there's none exist. But at least you know what it is.
Yeah,
mainstream news tries to pretend like they're not a bunch of actors and actresses trying to tell you a story.
Still to this day, they're still pretending. Every night, those anchors are up there just feet, and the only people that listen to it are the boomers. And there are plenty of boomers that are smart enough that don't, but the only people, the small amount of audience that they have, are the people that have been trained for the last 50 or 60 years. That's where I get my news. I don't know where else to go. Where else would I go? I don't want to listen to. I have to listen to somebody that's credible. Like, tell me somebody on the news at night that you consider credible, because I don't know any.
Can I, with our last few minutes, can I give you a little offshoot, something to look into?
Yes, please.
So I think that Nancy Mace is a bit crazy.
Yeah, she is. She's got crazy eyes.
But like crazy in a good way. Like, I'm not saying she'd light all your clothes on fire, but the woman's going to fight, and she'll get down and dirty as far as... what was it? The person who criticized her on CNN, so she decided to put out like, oh, and here's when he tried to text me to hook up with him.
Yes, yeah.
I was like, oh, and she put it in the congressional record.
Yes.
Like, don't mess with Nancy Mace, all right? So Nancy Mace, I'm seeing this now on Twitter, has a string of videos. Apparently she got into, they rented like one of those like cool traveling vans for the 8-9 hour trip to D.C., and they made it a point to stop at Waffle House.
Yeah.
They stopped at some
and her
breakfast
pajamas,
places.
too, right?
She's in her pajamas. Yeah. It's like her traveling crew, they're all wearing just pajamas, just sleepwear, just hanging out. And I'll tell you, it actually comes across as kind of cool.
Yeah, which is opposite of the AstroTurf stuff that the Democrats always try to do. When they tried to do the silly video game, knockout punch.
Oh,
thing.
choose your fighter and all that.
Yes.
Oh, man, that was so weird.
Which somebody just came up with and like, hey, this is what we're going to get everybody to do, and it's going to work perfectly. Of course, it didn't. Nancy Mace, ain't nobody tell her to do that. She just did it. That's the difference in AstroTurf and real.
She is rolling around imagine you're just on the highway, you're doing your thing, you're somewhere between Charleston and Washington, D.C., and in walks the Congresswoman in her silk pajamas.
That's exactly.
Just buying Red Bulls.
Yeah, dude, she was putting them up there, like 4 or 5 of them. She was going to stay up all night, I guess.
And, of course, because every woman who's a little crazy has to have a small dog.
Yes.
So she has her small dog, and she actually takes that dog into Wawa to go buy some Red Bull.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know these looks. I know women like this. I'm like, you a little bit crazy, but still, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, and she's cute on top of it.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Like, and when I say I would take her to Waffle House, the problem is she's like the original one. Like, she's like, yeah, Waffle House is kick ass,
and it is. Guys, there's nothing better, man. Waffle House. I for my birthday, I've said this a million times. My wife always knows she doesn't make me dinner for my birthday. We go to Waffle House. That's what we do. I've been doing that for at least 25 years. I just love Waffle House. I don't eat there, every day or once a week. It's usually maybe once a month, something like that, but always on my birthday. Thank God we got Nancy Mace that recognizes the glorious
Nancy Mace
Waffle House.
I got to look into like her history with Waffle House. She also, by the way, is basically putting it out to the South Carolina governor. Hey, we got gators too. Why don't we do this?
See, but that's another place that it would work too. And let me tell you, having spent a lot of time over there in the last couple of years, and then doing a country show over there nowadays, so I keep up with everything that's going on in Charleston, around Charleston, they got plenty of gators.
Nancy May started at 17 as a waitress at Waffle House.
Well, then there you go. No wonder she loves it so much. Man, that makes me like her that much more, too, because every time you go in a Waffle House, like, everybody's friendly. Everybody calls you sugar or calls you sweetheart. It's so welcoming. Dude, give me Waffle House all the time. Now, if it gets too late at night, I will say.
It gets a little bit crazy.
But that's nothing to do with the people that work there. That's the people that are visiting.
it's people that show up there.
Right. There you go.
Be very selective with which neighborhood you're visiting.
Yes. Be cognizant of everything. That'll do it for us here on Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here. The show isn't the same without you. Your interactions, your phone calls, and your point of view. Appreciate the emails, the tweets, and of course the phone calls at 404-741-1230. For Front Office Los and Jure, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear.
Sports is only live on Extra 106.3, bringing you daily commentary on the biggest topics of the day. Catch him throughout the day or hear his latest on the Extra 106.3 app.